that you're unhappy. You're a light stuck in a shadow. Is he being too damn aggro? Do you really care if they all know? There's so much happening. There's no shame in who you wanna be or be with. It's your fantasy, but turn it into reality. You're worried about your family, scared of what you think they'll say. Let's leave opinions in yesterday and go live in ecstasy. These conversations with feelings you don't. This isolation is. Let me explain this to you. Niggas can be gay too, whether you like it or you love it, whether you're kissing or you're touching. The right or lust, I know you covet. Niggas can be gay too. There ain't nothing you need to hide. DL games won't really survive. Tomorrow you might not be alive. Niggas can be gay too. Niggas can be gay too. Yeah. If you say I'm with the gay shit, you're right. This is how I was born and that's how I'm going down when I pull up with my do-rag on. You already know what's going on. These folks need a rope for conclusions they jump to. One day it's gay, next day they jump you. Some days a nigga wanted to be dead, waiting for my soul to get fed. These conversations with feelings you don't. This isolation is. Let me explain this to you. These conversations with feelings you don't. This isolation is. Let me explain this to you. Niggas can be gay too, whether you like it or you love it, whether you're kissing or you're touching. The right or lust, I know you covet. Niggas can be gay too. There ain't nothing you need to hide. DL games won't really survive. Tomorrow you might not be alive. Niggas can be gay too. Niggas can be gay too. Whether you like it or you love it, whether you're kissing or you're touching. The right or last time niggas can be gay too.
Hello. Thanks for bearing with us there, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to let it run out and I was going to put you through it again. Because I guess still ain't here. Hang on, I'm on the wrong thing on this as well. That's the wrong one. That's the right one. Right. Hello, everybody in the chats. Today we've got Tom coming on, hopefully. Just got so I can't see if he's seen the message, is the only issue. Down there. Alright, one sec. What's happened here then? Alright, so that appears he hasn't joined because he hasn't seen the message. So if I actually send it with it, might actually send. Have a bit of luck. Daddy Dragon is, I believe, the English Constitution Party's governor. I think. Excuse me, chaps. Yeah, sorry about this. I got a bit of indigestion going on, boys. Daddy Dragon, not check your emails now, Tom, mate. I thought I sent it on the phone, but apparently I didn't send it on the phone. I've just done it off the computer. Daddy Dragon don't start till 8 p.m. Is he the man? Is he the man from the thing? From the English Constitution Party? No links for Potts. I don't think. I don't think he's at it. Best man to talk to about that is Active. Only find Daddy on Rumble. Well, anyway, I'm going to talk. What we're going to talk about tonight, I believe. I don't know without having him on here, but he should be joining soon. It's relatively straightforward to join. If you just follow the instructions, it should be easy enough, Tom. But I think what we're going to talk to Tom about tonight is, well, the title of the stream is Pragmatic Solutions. Yeah, he's in the house. Well, I'll let him speak about it. How you doing, Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Was that easy enough?
Wait, how do I turn you off now?
You got to turn the stream off on YouTube if you still got it on.
How do I do that?
It wouldn't be right, would it? It wouldn't be right if we didn't have a little thing, a little technical. Is that better?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right, that's better.
Better. Happy days. So what's going on then, Tom? Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell everyone what you're about and what you're here to do.
Well, I've already told him my name, so Antifa can get me for the start.
well, I mean, hopefully not going on just 3 letters. Hopefully they won't be able to figure it out. But all right.
I'm only winding you up, mate.
All right.
Basically, right. What's going on in this country, mate? Everybody knows what's going on in this country. I'm from England. I'm from Manchester, mate. And you go to places like Oldham and Rochdale and Moss Side and Levenshulme and all these other places, Longside, Cheetah Mill. The English have basically been ethnically cleansed from all these areas. And they want us to use words like immigration, legal immigration, illegal immigration, but really, we should be using words like ethnically cleansed and genocide. Now, really, the reason why I wanted to come on here, Jim, how can people willingly pay for their own destruction?
Yeah,
Taxes.
I'm with you.
So what are the government doing with our taxes? Literally, what are they doing
cleansing
now?
us. Ethnically cleansing
they
us.
They are ethnically cleansing us. And you know what, yeah? It might not have happened in your hometown yet. Might not have happened in your borough. But what about the people of Oldham? If you go to Oldham, fucking obvious that everyone's been ethnically cleansed.
They call it gentrification in London. But
call it fucking diversity, and it's not these are the words that they want. You know what, mate? The last time I went to London, fucking hell, it's like a different place.
Actually, no, I think I'm being backwards. That ain't gentrification. Gentrification is when they well, it sort of is, but yeah, sorry, go on.
They moved all the people out of the areas. They knocked down loads of fucking houses where everybody lived. And you know what? You know why nobody's here to fight back? Because they've all been ethnically cleansed.
And that was the whole point in the multicultural system, was to get a breakdown of the community and a breakdown of well, basically the only power we had as people were coming together, organisation. That's what the ethnic cleansing was about. Yeah, I'm with you.
Do you even know your neighbours anymore?
Of course you don't. That's why you lock your fucking door now.
Exactly. But then, you know, you all pay taxes. You all pay. I do not pay a single fucking penny in tax to the government. Not a single penny. The only way that they get money out of me is VAT. Can't really stop that. If you work it out, Jim, you pay 20% income tax, and then if you spend all your wages by the end of the week, you've paid 18% or whatever VAT is on top of that. That's 38% of your wage every single week going to fucking the government.
Oh yeah, that's without all the snide little taxes as well. Like,
well, that is just income tax and VAT. Never mind fucking council tax, road
insurance,
tax,
and your money. Yeah, exactly. All that
right?
filthy shit.
This is what they want to use, words like tax, but at the end of the day, it's all a levy. They are levying your money off you in any way they can to increase their revenue. They owe that much fucking money out that they have to borrow. Not only are they fucking spending all this money on fucking ethnically cleansing us from our own homes, but they're enslaving you all through taxation with debt. It's not your debt. It's not benefiting you in any fucking way. It's their debt. You've never signed on any dotted line. You are not liable. That is the law.
Are you Christian?
Well, I was christened in a Church of England, but I went to the church the other day, Jim, and all he was talking about was how evil Putin was.
You can't be going to no established churches and expecting anything other than the government narrative. That's the thing.
Well, don't really know if I'm a Christian or not. Me, like, you know, if that's
do you
what
believe?
Do you
believe? No, that ain't what a Christian is. Do you believe Jesus Christ died on the cross and got resurrected on the third day?
I'm not really sure, mate.
Do you believe that he died for your sins?
I'm not really sure, mate.
You don't know if you believe in Christ or not.
But are you sure?
Taking away from like what the established churches are saying and all that sort of shit. I'm talking about the book.
I've read the Bible from back to back, right? Christ's message is the greatest message that was ever put out there to the world. I'm not really bothered whether he's fucking died on the cross or anything like that.
Yeah, but that's how you get your salvation. That's how you get to heaven.
You're right, mate. You are right. You've got to build up the fucking your treasure in heaven. That's why I'm here. I don't really give a fuck about money or any fame or anything like that. I just want people to be free. And if you lot are all enslaved through taxes, you're not free. Not only are you not free, you're funding the enemy.
Exactly.
You're funding the enemy, and you've got to stop paying taxes. Have you ever even tried stopping paying council tax, Jim?
I don't pay council tax.
And what happens?
They threatened me with court for a long old time. The court came about. I actually streamed it. Some people in the chat might remember. I went to the court, and there was no magistrate sitting in the court. It was
exactly.
They was just there to extract funds out of people. But the funny thing is, so I turned up, I streamed it, had it all on record.
Not a real court.
Not a real court, no.
Not a real court. Everyone needs to understand it's not a real court.
Yeah, they hire a room, this, that, and the other. But the point is, there weren't even a magistrate to sit in the room. It weren't even being seen by a magistrate. The point is, so I went there, I turned up, and then they passed it to, what's it called? Bailiffs.
The bailiffs. And what happens when the bailiffs come round?
Well, they don't get answered to the fucking door, do they? I film them out the window.
Exactly. Yeah. So everyone's paying council tax on this fucking threat and fear. It's fear. It's all fear porn. People are scared of the bailiffs coming round. And when the bailiffs come round to my house, I send them packing. Don't just not answer the door, mate. I send them packing. Same with the ticket men. Even with the council, they don't have any power. If you've committed a crime, the police will come round to your house, arrest you, charge you, take you to court, try you, and then if you're guilty, they'll convict you. That's the only way you can be convicted of a crime. Anything else is not a crime. It's civil. 100%. Civil liabilities that you've not even fucking signed on for. It is a fact, yeah, that in this country, you are liable if you have signed on the dotted line. You can't be forced to sign a contract under duress. You can't be lied to and tricked into a contract. All these things make the contract null and void. You tell me when you signed on a dotted line for the government.
Well, that's just how they work. You don't. They work on implied consent, don't they?
Yeah,
from when you're signed over as chattel property, you are there.
No, you're not, Jim. You're missing a point. When they do that birth certificate, right? They create a corporation. It's a dead entity. It's called a legal persona. Your name is not your name. It's the name of a legal persona.
It's
and
called,
they use that.
It's called a nom de guerre, actually.
Then they then use that. They then use that to get a fucking massive amount of loans off the banks. And they'll say, look how many people we have here to pay the tax back. And forever and ever and ever, you're all going to pay the tax back. I don't pay no tax. Fuck that. I am not paying that tax, no way. And nothing happens to me. I've been doing it for 10 years, Jim. Don't pay income tax. Don't pay road tax. Don't pay fucking council tax. Don't pay any tickets. The police, that's another one. Like, when you get a speeding ticket, Jim, it's just an accusation of a crime. You've not been to court. You've not had anything proven against you. As soon as you sign on that thing and send it back when they send it you in the post.
Admission of guilt.
It's an admission of guilt. You're doing the job for them. Why the fuck would you do that?
You wouldn't. If you was a compass mentis like human being, you wouldn't, would you?
No, I throw them straight in the bin, mate. I just simply, do you know how easy it is for civil disobedience people? This is how easy it is. You just throw it all in the bin and act like it's never even happened. You don't even have to do anything. Stop giving them your money and just ignore them. Don't meet any of their demands.
Amen.
Any of them.
We are giving them the power by helping them along doing what they're doing with their agenda, by letting them do it, by signing on the dotted line. No, you're right.
I've not signed on any dotted line. That's the thing. So under English law, I am not liable for any of their shit. No matter what they come around here and say, I am not that corporate entity that they created. I am flesh and blood. Yeah, I have unalienable rights given to me by God. I'm free. My property is my property. That is the law. Anything else is just bullshit. I enact my rights over the rights of the state, and I do it ruthlessly. And everybody needs to wake up. Like you say, you're giving them power. You have all the power. The government doesn't have any human rights. People have human rights.
Yes, Tom. Yes, they do, mate. And where do them rights come from, Tom?
God.
Amen.
Get on this, right?
Said.
If a fucking bird builds a fucking nest in a tree, that bird knows that that nest is its property and it'll fight for that nest. Even the animal kingdom was given property rights by God. A wolf will fight for its fucking lair. Polar bears, all of them do. You fucking make your home. That is your home.
It's true. And there's something to be said about migration, about multicultural societies as well, talking about wolves. Have you seen that meme about it's like 5 or 6 different wolves, and they've been electronically tagged, so you can see where they roam to, like how far in the sort of little bit of location where they're at, how far they actually stroll out, and you can see on the different packs of wolves, they've all got the same sort of amount of space around each other, and they don't go into each other's places. You see what I'm saying? So, like you're saying, in nature, there's been inherent rights, inherent laws with regards to your property rights. Like it's the same sort of thing as like how far they go out on excursions. Like that's all their zone. Do you know what I mean? And they respect that. And that's all
they'll fight for it. If you go into that fucking other zone, you're gonna get fucking. You've got to fight for it because you're taking somebody else's liberty. You went to my home there. Fucking hell, I swear to God, man, it's the worst thing you could do.
There's a question here for you, Tom. If we all stop paying, what happens to roads, water, sewage, and other stuff that needs upkeep?
You're being genocided from your home, you fucking idiot.
There you go, Rev.
Who cares about the fucking roads? What are they teaching your kids in school? They're teaching them. Do you know some schools? The teachers, the kids can go meow, meow. And the teachers have got to play along with it because they identify as a cat. Are you taking the piss? We need to burn the fucking schools down.
In Scotland, maybe. Oi, you can't be saying that on here, Tom. We can't be calling for that sort of stuff. That was a joke, wasn't it, Tom?
It was a joke, yeah. We
can't be doing stuff like that. But this is pragmatic. This stream is about pragmatic solutions. And Rev wants to highlight the fact that it may be detrimental. I don't think it would be. I think there's enough money going on foreign aid and the rest of it. Like, it can get taken from other places before they're going to feel the pinch in their pocket from what us, the mere mortals, like, give to them. You know?
I agree, man. We're becoming a drop in the ocean in our own home. If all the English stopped paying, they'd still be getting tax off all the fucking foreigners. Why do you think they're bringing them here? What happens, right?
But that's not right. Surely that's not right. You're not saying that you reckon them dinghy boat warriors are gonna start coughing up a bit of tax money and that, are you?
Well, I know that there's lots of like kebab shops where I live, mate.
They're getting paid in cash.
Every single petrol station is owned by them. Every single news agency is owned by them. All the chip shops are owned by the Chinese. These all pay massive amounts of tax. These corporate entities that these guys are coming over here creating, they pay massive amounts of tax, and that is a big problem. Even people who are employed.
If you ain't got the right to remain, though, you're not allowed to work, are you?
Nah, the English just need to take back the country, right? Get rid of the British passport, and then all those people are basically just like foreign insurgents in my eyes. Bye. You no longer have a right to remain in England because the British passport is nothing anymore. See you in a bit.
Well, there is
what we're going to do. What happens in 30 years' time? In 30 years' time, I'm going to be an old man. Me. I'm not going to be capable of fighting. I'll be passing on that problem to my children. And I hate that. I think to myself, what sort of scumbag lets his children do the fighting? And when in 30 years' time, what are the demographics going to say?
It's going to be a lot worse. It's going to be a damn sight worse, isn't it?
So, you know, I know we can't say certain things on it, but would you imagine fighting when you used to have the upper hand because you had the numbers on your side, but you left it that long?
This is the thing
that all the numbers went against you.
I keep going over this with people, right? And this is the thing: if you actually think about it and take into account, like, the numbers ain't even now. Even like, this is the worst sort of age group we've got, because all the boomers, they're all getting older now, and there's people sort of 30 and 40, like there are certain people that are switched on, but a lot of people are in their life worried about their own stuff and they can't see it for what it is. And everyone else is like either retarded, incapacitated. Do you know what I mean? Not of fighting.
Do you remember when everybody used to pay the TV license? Do you remember that? And there was like this big awakening, and everybody went, wow, we're being ripped off here. And they stopped paying the TV license en masse. The English stopped paying the fucking TV license en masse. Right? That's the kind of awareness that you need. Everybody needs to realise you are paying for your own destruction. How could you do that to your children? How could you do that to your children? I'm not doing it to mine. I'm going to fight that forever and ever. How could you do it to your children?
I don't think this is right, because I'm with you 100% in what you're saying, and I don't think we can have a balanced enough conversation about this. And so, yeah, is Rev. He wants to get stuck, and I feel like he's going to bring some balance to the conversation. Rev, we can't.
I know where this one's going.
You're on mute. You're on mute. Can't hear. 1 minute. So I'm on about these boomers, mate.
Hey, mate, this is going to be fun, this, I swear to God. Let's just keep it civil, eh?
Yeah, please.
Any better?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, he's frozen now. I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
How far can we go, Jim?
What do you mean? I can't hear Rev. Why can't I hear Rev? He's frozen on my screen.
I can hear Rev. I can hear him. Right, how's it going, Rev?
Yes.
Living the dream. Right. Firstly, I hate paying taxes of any description.
Well said.
But you were talking about stop paying taxes, right? And we weren't talking about, at the time, what's going on in schools and stuff like that. We were talking about what happens if we stop paying taxes. I want to know, there are businesses out there that do our sewerage and do all the rest of it, right? If they don't make any money, they stop. because they're cunts.
Right.
That's the way it
Right.
is.
Just
Right?
listen to me, though, Rev. Right, you're an employee, so you're like a slave, you. So
I'm self-employed. No, I'm self-employed.
I don't. Have you got your own business?
Yes.
Right.
I keep losing him.
Do you pay tax?
As little as possible.
Oh, well, what you mean, yeah, is you registered your business with the Crown.
Yeah,
right,
do you imagine if I didn't pay any tax, I got caught?
What do you mean get caught? I've got business, mate. I'm a successful businessman. And my business doesn't pay a penny tax. I'm not a slave,
you saying
and I'm not
no
going
evidence.
to bow down to them, no matter what they say.
Because all I've got at the moment is a person with no face, no name that's telling me all this I don't believe. Right? Because I get all people that say,
what you say.
"Oh, don't pay your tax, that'll be fine. Don't pay your license, that'll be fine. Don't pay this, that'll be fine." Right? Great, but
you're missing the point, Rev. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're being fucking genocided. You need to stop funding the enemy. What the fuck? All that stuff doesn't matter. It is irrelevant when you have been genocided from the face of the earth.
Yeah, I get this, right?
What you're going to do? Fucking pay taxes in fucking heaven when you're dead after you've been genocided.
Right. Here's the thing. I have to be able to be not arrested for me to carry on and spread the word, right?
Jim, I mean, Rev, I've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years, my mates are in the chat. They can fucking vouch for me that I am not talking
but what I'm saying
is, listen to me. I've been doing this for 10 years. The police don't come round to your house. They don't arrest you, you fucking idiot. It's not a crime.
Right. I'm not a fucking. I'm not an idiot.
Right. You can't be like doing all that, man. That's like, it's a bit of respect we got having decorum. I know we're not correct and political, but
no, exactly that. Right now, I've only got your word for it. Now, the one thing I did do was say fuck off to the TV license, and I haven't paid it since 2000.
Council tax is the same.
Right. If I don't pay the council tax, I get some mush around. Now, I tell them to fuck off, right?
I keep losing him, man. It's driving me mad.
Now, after X amount of times, they want me to go to court, right?
Yeah, but it's not a real court. You can just ignore it. It's a summon. Okay. If I summoned you now to my fucking presence, what would you say? Rev, you get here now. You're summoned to my presence.
I'd feel obliged to show up because of you.
Come on, you know you tell me to piss off. You tell me to piss off. If anyone summoned you,
I have been summoned before, and I'm like, I'm not fucking having that. I'm going, but I have been summoned by the police, right, as a kid, right, and I went. Now,
right, but Reverend, no, right, I'm not having this. Let's get into some particulars.
When you say you're not having it, what do you mean?
Let's get into some particulars. When you have committed a crime in this country, the police have to arrest you, then charge you, then take you to court, criminal court, real criminal court, magistrates, or the fucking Crown Court. The way what you're talking about is not that.
I went to those courts, but what you're saying is
criminal.
Right.
That is fact.
Hang on, I've got to ask you for you to answer me what's going on, right? So when you're saying it's rubber stamped and it isn't done by a judge, it's not legit.
No, I'm saying that if the police haven't arrested you, you haven't committed a crime, right? And then they send you this fake summons that they print off in the council building that doesn't come from the court, right? It comes from the council building. So kind of impersonating the court, which is a crime. I've pulled them on that one.
No insurance for driving on the road. No, when I got done for no insurance on the road, right?
They have to have insurance because the police take your vehicle. It's impossible to do business in this country. They will steal
this is a few of these laws I want to
vehicle.
go through with you, right? To say what is, what isn't, right? So when I got done for no MOT, that was a fine. Right? This is too.
Wait, hang on. No, not having this.
This is too.
Did they go in front of a judge?
No, this is actually sorry. This is 1993.
No, right. Stop using these words, mate, because this is how you're swindling everybody, right?
Sorry, I'm swindling. No, I got done. I got actually done myself, right? So
let me ask you the question. What happened then? The police pulled you over and gave you one of them silly little green tickets.
A producer.
Right, that's not a thing, is it?
Yeah, but this was going back 1993, 94, 95, those days, right? So what I would do is I got a producer. I couldn't produce because the car had no MOT, it had no insurance and had no tax, actually. So I went to court and I got done for no insurance, no tax, And no MOT. Now, the no MOT was a £30 fine. The no insurance was, I think it was 6 points at the time. And what was the other one?
Well, I've not got a point on my license. I've never paid tax. I don't do MOTs. I don't consent. I don't meet any of their demands. The police
So
do
you fancy doing a test case? Do you fancy doing a test case to prove your point?
Not with you. I think you're like some MI5 or 77.
Of course. I think this might be the case, right?
You fly that British flag strong, mate. You're like some communist. You love paying tax.
Yeah, I knew this was coming, right? Because what I want to do is I want to do a little test with you to prove your point, right? I'll get you a vehicle, right? And then you could drive that around with fuck all on it. You go get yourself nicked. I'll video it all, right? And when you walk out the other side scot-free,
that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. This is
backing up what you're saying.
Mate, I've got my own car, I've got my own van, got my own business.
Well, no, what I want to, you know what you're saying that we can get away with.
I've roamed all over Manchester. What are you on about?
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in Manchester and where you've roamed. What I'm saying is, you're saying to people they can get away with stuff. I want you to show us how to do it physically. You do it.
I told you, stop paying them fucking money.
No. I want to watch you. I want to watch you do it, right? And when you do it, I'll follow you.
Never seen it, mate. You're not seeing me putting all my children's futures at risk.
You're not doing it, are you? You're just talking.
Well,
money where your mouth is. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
I can lead to the water.
Hang on. Yeah, I've got to interject here. I've got a credit where credit's due in that. I know what you're saying as far as it goes with the council tax. I know that's true. I know that they threaten you. They produce you. They produce you to court. You summon you to court. You produce yourself. Hang on. Let me go through the whole process. You go to court. There isn't a court to be heard. There isn't a magistrate there, and then they send the bailiffs after you. And it's the same principle applies. Bailiffs only allowed in the door when they're trying to eject you from your property for non-payment of rent or whatever. That's the only time the bailiffs, or if it's for.
So at what point did they stop coming for you?
But that's not. That's not the same thing.
That's what we.
What's it called? Council tax.
When we're telling people,
they haven't given you a court fine because there wasn't a court
when we're telling people to stand up for themselves, we need to say there's an end goal. These cunts will stop.
Just let me say one thing, please. Right? They don't fucking come for you. They send you a fucking letter, and your ass falls out. You shit yourself, and you go along with it. Throw the letter in the bin. They do not come to your house. They don't come for you at all.
Right.
The bailiffs come.
Hang on. Tell them to fuck off. Not political said they come round.
Listen,
the bailiffs come round. The bailiffs
don't have any power. It's like McDonald's coming round.
So somebody comes round then, yeah?
The corporate entity.
They do come round, but they've got no.
So somebody does come round then.
They've got no right of access, though, is the point.
Oh, if I come round to your house.
What I want to know is why are you telling people things that aren't true? Because
I can't hear
you're saying
every time you're talking at the same time, it cuts out, man.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. I can't hear nothing.
Right. So what you're saying is people don't come round, but they do come round. Don't tell people they're not coming round. When somebody comes round, somebody does clearly come round.
You are trying to make people think it's a criminal matter, and it is not.
No.
And when
I want people to be aware of what happens, the process,
and they have to go to court, they shit the pants, and they think they're going to a criminal court, and they are not. They don't even have to go to the court.
That's true.
You don't even have to go to the court. You are giving them all the fucking power.
Yeah, the bailiffs will come. This is what I'm saying. The bailiffs will come. Yeah, 100% they will come, but you're duty bound not to let them in.
Obviously.
Exactly.
I mean, the moment you let them into your house, you give up. God, might as well just pay the fucking bill.
Well, if I came round to your house, what would you say? If I came round to your house demanding your stuff, what would you say? If I went out to anyone's house demanding the stuff, knocking on the door, give me your stuff.
I treat you like I did that policeman. I tell you to come round to the front window and then I'll bore you to death.
Well, exactly. But you know yourself, if it was anybody else, you'd tell them to piss off. As soon as the fucking government come round, you shit yourself and you're mentally enslaved by fear. It's just fear.
We've got a question. Tom, we've got a question from the chat. It says, how often have you been to prison and how often do the bailiffs knock on your door?
That's a question.
Right, bailiffs, you're talking Marston's and all these other companies. When my name comes up on theirs, they don't bother because they're a corporate entity and they have to pay for people to work and petrol and stuff like that. So they don't come round to my house anymore. They've not come round to my house for many a year.
What, because
They
of
only want suckers.
previous actions, they don't come to your house anymore.
They only want suckers. That's what they want.
Right. How many
So
times
did you go to prison at all?
No.
Now.
Why do I sound like a criminal?
Well, no, because somebody said that. Did
No,
you go to
just a
prison?
question. I'll just carry on.
It was
asking
a
the
question he
Well,
asked you. That was
Listen to me. Listen. I'm a law-abiding man. I do not cause anybody any loss, harm, or damage. There are no victims in my life. All I do is enact my God-given rights over the rights of the state. I don't have to give them money. If they make a demand, you have every right to say no.
So you haven't entered into a contract, obviously. That's the part that you'll say. No, I never did either.
Have you?
No, I didn't enter into any contract.
No, and you can't enter into a contract under duress. So any fear stuff or them trying to make you scared, that is fucking like intimidation. So you can't. That's null and void. Any contract is null and void of any intimidation.
How did they get people to go to prison for non-payment of council tax? And
because
stuff?
It's a civil. When you step into a fucking courtroom in front of a judge, you are stepping into another world, and so you can have a court order put on you by a judge, and that is criminal law. To disobey a court order is criminal law. Now, show me the court order that says I've got to pay them tax.
Right. Okay. So when you don't pay and they send you a summons to show to court, you don't have to go to court.
Don't send me a summons anymore, because if you notice,
right, a lot of people have had summons for not paying the council tax.
Let me explain it. They're all going to know then. They're going to know that what I'm saying is the truth. When you get your summons, it's printed off a printer in the council building, not by the court.
Hand signed. Yeah.
Right. It's not from the court. It's a fake summons, and they are impersonating the court. They are impersonating the court officer. That is a fucking crime, right? You can't just fucking lie to people. If it's not a real fucking summons, then it's not a fucking
everything has
summons.
to be hand signed.
Well,
by a judge.
Is that not the law in this country, or what?
Well, I was led to believe it was.
No, it has to be signed by the clerk.
Get dragged
signed
into
by
court
a clerk in wet ink, and it has to be stamped by the fucking court with the court stamp.
I've had friends arrested because I've been in prison, right? I knew some undesirables, and I've had friends arrested and dragged into court over warrants for non-payment over these said things, and they ended up doing bird. Right?
What, non-payment of what? Non-payment of what?
Non-payment of fines, right? And there were fines.
What court fines?
Yeah, court fines.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
That's a criminal matter.
That's a different thing. You are conflating the issues there, mate.
Okay,
but he's a professional disinformation agent.
Of course I am.
This is what they do. He's trying to fear people into compliance. I'm as real as the fucking
I'm the least compliant person in my history, right? Because obviously, if I was so compliant, I wouldn't have ever ended up in the big house, right? But
take that British flag down, then. Take that British flag down and put an English one up, then.
Which one are you seeing, mate? Do you see a British flag?
You've always had a British flag.
See some weird colours behind you, Rev, though. What's all that about?
I've got some lovely lights.
There's some tranny colours, mate.
Hey, you're safe, mate. Don't you worry. All right. You'll never have to worry about me, sweet pea. All right.
Jolly good.
Anyway, moving on. So, yeah, basically, I know a load of people that have had fucking summonses, right? And it isn't just court fines, right? It's from non-payment of fucking council tax, non-payment of
you do get summons. You do get summons for non-payment of council tax, but I've been through the process with you.
So if you don't show up to anything, you're all right. You can walk away, then, yeah. Is that what you said?
I went there. I've lost you, but I'm going to carry on talking like you're listening. I went there for this one of repeating myself, and there wasn't a judge there. There wasn't a magistrate sitting there. There wasn't anyone to hear the case, and I was there for about 2 hours waiting for someone to get so that I could get produced to. There was no one there to hear the case. I then got letters telling me that the debt had been passed to the collection agency. So
because it's not a crime. That is not how the law works. So that is not how criminals are prosecuted. No, that is not a crime. It's not a crime.
It's a civil case. It is taught.
Right.
It is
okay.
Proves
if this is where it is for you lot and it works for you lot, why can't we document it? Why can't we video somebody go through this process, right? Video the whole thing, right?
Do you know
I
who
did.
John Harris is? Or was?
Yes.
No, I don't watch
Yeah,
much.
I'm not
stuff.
looking at ending my ways the way John Harris ended. It's me. That's why.
I don't believe John Harris did end his ways, mate. I believe they ended it for him.
Exactly.
Who
they
is
put him
John
in
Harris?
room 101. They re-educated him, and they fucking won't let him out until he came out and said what they wanted him to say. And then once he'd said what he wanted them to say, they fucking offed him.
Who's John Harris?
Yeah,
Like,
we've got a
see what I
question.
mean, Red?
We got a
You don't
question.
know what you're talking about.
Listen, we got a
You
question.
are dangerous, mate.
No, I'm not, mate.
You are, me.
You
don't
are.
know.
You are.
You are
You're fucking
me.
absolute loose cannon. You're going to will all of these people to go out and do whatever it is you tell them. They're going to end up in a whole world of pain because
You know what, mate? I just feel like I can't.
You've already accused me of being the society, the thing, the system. You've accused me of all of these things, and yet.
Yeah, because I've seen you with your disinformation, mate. I've seen you do it. I've seen you wave your little webs of lies, mate. That's how they operate.
What, you mean like all your truth that's coming out, yeah? I mean, mate, if you were so legit, you'd show your face and put a real name up there and be a man about it, but not hiding behind oh, mate, I'm too secretive. You're boring.
If you pay 50% tax every fucking month, every fucking bastard year.
Who does?
Well,
do you?
Well, it's not far off, is it?
No,
it's not
who
far
does?
off.
I don't. Are you?
Yeah,
well,
we got claims. Hang on. We're getting asked for claims, and that. Right. So where's the receipts for this? Dafter, you're all right, mate, but you are piping up, chiming in, yeah. So where's the receipts? How is he trying to convince people to break the law? Where is it the law that you have to pay council tax?
Exactamundo. He just hit the nail on the head.
No,
you know what this guy is, right? You know what this guy is? I've not
got people on to start having that sort of talk, mate. I know I'm not politically correct in that, but I have got to draw the line somewhere. And like people.
Well, he's gonna give advice to people that won't see it through, and they'll just end up in a world of pain.
No, mate. Freedom's got to be fought for, and that's just
I agree.
How it is.
I agree.
You think it's going to be fucking easy? You think it's going to be easy? Then don't bother. Right? If you want to do something, and civil disobedience is the only way, your government won't listen to your protests. The fucking elections are rigged. You can't vote them out of office.
Yeah, I agree.
There's only one way to get rid of these people, and that is civil disobedience en masse. It's happened before, and it can happen again.
I do.
That's just how it is.
I'm not disagreeing with you about the civil disobedience.
Right then. So why the fuck do you fight on every single thing? Why don't you just stop paying and see what happens? Grow a pair of balls. Take a chance.
What I'd actually do is tell people
have a different
what they have to expect.
He's got a different life experience. As far as he sees it, it plays out different ways.
He's been to prison.
What I'm saying is,
so are you a soft cunt then?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I think that if you met a man on the street, you could probably have a little dust up with him. I don't think you're a soft cunt. But what kills me is that you're mentally enslaved, and you won't find that
you're not letting me
that
finish
you have
what my idea
to fight
is.
back.
What I'm saying is, I don't believe what you're saying about
bugging me.
I think seriously that if people follow you, they're going to get yourself in bother. But I don't say that they shouldn't. Just let them be aware of everything that's coming their way first, and then let them make their decision. I don't. But
nothing's happened to me. Nothing's happened to me.
Well, then you were lucky, but others haven't been as lucky.
Just send me letters, and I just throw the letters in the bin. If I get a speeding ticket, I throw it in the bin. If I get a parking ticket, I throw it in the bin.
Hang on,
if I get pulled over by the police, they give me this little stupid penalty charge, a little green ticket, and I throw that in the bin. Right. Because I've not been taken to court. Yeah, man. I've got no points on my license, mate.
Right. So if you get
if you want to prosecute me, come to my house, arrest me, charge me, take me to court. I will not go to court under my own volition. No way, because then you're entering into the criminal world, going from the civil world into the criminal world. And I'm not stupid like that, mate. I'm not stupid.
I've got to ask you,
no points on my license.
Right, if they tot you up and ban you in absence and you carry on driving, then what?
I've got no one.
Well, why? This is exactly what I'm saying. Why would I give you my name and let you fucking have that done to me?
No, I don't want your name. I'm not interested in your name.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not giving my name, mate. Because then they'll just target me, won't they? Whereas in reality,
you didn't listen to what I just said, right? What I just said. Hello, I'm saying if they sent you, say for instance, you've been through a speed trap, right? Right, and you ignore that. Then they send you another, you ignore that. Then they send you another, and it carries on 4 times, right? They've got the vehicle you're driving,
Yeah.
Right. And what they'll do is try and do you in your absence, right?
Well,
So if they did you in your absence, right? Hypothetically speaking, they've done it 4 times, you're banned. And now you're driving without a license.
You're just ignoring habeas corpus.
I don't believe it.
Like,
I think it's bollocks.
They do. Like what?
No, Jim. No, Jim. It's not. They're not.
No,
ignoring
what?
it. If they remind you,
if they remind you before your court case, yes, before you get your trial,
I got reminded for it. Yeah.
So have I. They are effectively ignoring habeas corpus, because habeas corpus is not to deny is to not make it long-winded about getting a fair trial, and not to deprive you of your fucking what's it called?
The body's got to be there. That's the whole point of the corpus. The body has to be there. You can't just fucking have trials in your absence. Are you mad? Are you mad? That's not how this country works.
They ban you in your absence. So
they do.
I'm not
they
mad.
do.
Are they mad?
But why have they not banned me in my absence then?
Well,
how
many times have you thrown something in the bin?
You think that's how it works, but that's not how it works.
How many times have you thrown them in the bin?
7.
Right.
No tax.
In how many years?
No seatbelt. Speeding tickets.
Right. Seatbelts.
No MOT. No tax. Have been done 3 times. Right.
It's
3 times.
Right. So how many no insurances or speedings you been done for?
I've got insurance.
Right, so you wouldn't have been done for that, right? And how many speedings have you been done for in the last sort of 6 years?
Well, it depends what you say done for.
Right, you haven't been done, have you?
Well, I've never been convicted.
What I'm saying is you haven't been banned because you haven't been done for speeding.
They've sent me letters saying I've gone 30-7 in a fucking 30 zone or something stupid like that, and I just throw them in the bin.
What I swear on my fucking as this conversation's gone along, you've changed from one side and this side and that side. I don't believe a word you fucking say.
Well, that's what you think, mate.
Yeah, it's what I think. And I'm actually quite good at listening to people making fucking mistakes one after the next. And you want them to cough up all their money. He'll tell you, I do pick people up, and you're one of them. Mate, I'm wasting my time with you.
I don't care what you think, mate. I've seen you spreading your disinformation. I've seen it with my own eyes.
I'm speaking to a fucking no picture with no name. I'm wasting my time.
I'm not really bothered. That's how you roll.
Good for you, sweet pea. Anyway,
English are being genocided from their own home.
Thank you,
mate. Go away.
Thank you for that. Nice one. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it?
Me and him have got like previous.
You've got history, have you, with our?
Yeah. He's
like it.
He's enjoyed that, then, mate, coming on here saying that. But I've just biffed him. End of the day, he's telling everyone that you go to prison for not paying your council tax. That's dog shit.
Yeah, that
dog shit.
That ain't true.
Dog shit. He's just lied through his teeth. He wanted everybody to be scared, mate. Fear is the only weapon that they have over you.
I've done it well. At this stage, I'm going to reserve judgment. I do think it like the whole reason I got him on was for a bit of balance in the topic, in the discussion on the topic, because I'm saying I've lived it, I've done it, I know the procedure, I know what happens. But it's always good to get an insight from an outsider and see because that is helpful, because that is what normal people think. That's what normal people think, so it does help.
What about being innocent until proven guilty?
There ain't none of that.
But what's you just going to give that up? If you just give that up,
but you can't enforce that. You can't give something up that you can't enforce. Well, you never had it. You never had it. It's like one of them human rights that they give you from the United Nations. That is, what's it called? You get human rights that are there's 2 different categories, isn't there? You got your human rights, and then you've got applied human rights or something like that. Which there's something else.
Well, this is England, so we've got the Bill of Rights, 1688.
Right. Yeah.
That's the law of the land in England.
Yeah, I'm with you. That is.
And we're just going to give all that up. This is where half of it comes from, Jim. Like, he's flying that British flag soon. King Charles and his little mob, they're going to make a British constitution. And it's going to be just like that UN one, what you're talking about. Just like the Canadian one, where they can take away your liberties. Our constitution is God fucking given. You can't take away our fucking liberties. You have to enforce your liberties. You are innocent until proven guilty. If the police pull you over, they're not proving you guilty. They don't have any powers to prove you guilty. None. You have to go to court. You have to go to court and you have to be judged. Everybody knows this. You have to have a trial.
Hang on, let me just address this. You chucked Rev under the bus with this joker, Jim, for fuck's sake. Like, would you like to elaborate on that? That sounds like... Well, no, not you. Dav.
Nah. Listen, mate, if Rev can't fucking stand up for his own shit, yeah, then what the fuck is he? Jim hasn't done anything to anybody. He's not forced him to come in here. He's like the fucking council tax. He asked him. And Rev came in here under his own volition, just like he pays the council tax under his own volition. Nobody forced him.
No, I just find it interesting as to what's the angle there, how I chucked him under the bus. I don't see how that's...
Because you know what, mate? I've seen a few people call him out many times, and at the end of the day, you know, the English are the English. We're not the British. Why is he flying that British flag? Why don't he get booted off YouTube and shit?
At the end of the day, I'm not doing all that. But what I am addressing is this question here, and it says all taxes are illegal. That is correct. Tax is theft, mate.
Respect. I stand with you, my brother. That's where I stand. And if you people want to stand against us and try and fucking force us to pay taxes, which is theft, then
but it's better than that. Better than that. Everyone preaching, everyone going, this, that, and the other. What would you do? What's going to happen? The industries, listen to all this, yeah. Listen to yourselves talking about this. Listen to yourselves being nationalists, and like Tom's saying, the whole time the country is in disrepute, mate, disrepair, dysfunctional, getting invaded, mate. And you don't fucking worry about where the tax... Well, people do worry. People do make noise about it. But there's £6.5 million a day getting spent on housing these people. Fuck knows how much is going on, 150 quid a week, Aspin cards, the rest of it. It's unfathomable to think how much money these people are chucking at all these different things. And to think that our tax is going to, like, do you know what I mean? It's going to make a difference. It's going to make a difference. It's going to make a difference to you on a personal level, isn't it?
If you use a bit of foresight and you think, what are the possibilities for the future with this current thing? What is happening? The possibilities are quite fucking scary. And if people don't actually do something soon, and I think, civil disobedience is a good thing to do, because you're not violent, you're not fighting, it's not extreme, you're just saying no. Whereas the other options are bloody and ruthless, and it is not a nice place to go. If we don't do something soon, that is the future.
What's your problem with the British flag, Tom?
The English created civil liberties and they enshrined it into laws. And the British state have systematically destroyed every single one of them.
Seems like a fair enough reason to have a bit of disdain for the old flag, then, to me.
It's not about disdain. I'm English. I'm not British. It's not my flag. My flag is the cross of St. George. And that's racist now. Some of you try and put the flag of St. George in the chat. It comes up black. That's a fact. Why?
Good question.
Good question. It's the answer's what's scary.
British is the Vatican. Why we had an empire? Well, there's an interesting take. I hope that answers your question, Mark. Right. Well, pretty interesting stuff. You got anything else you want to say? Have a little rant on about something?
Well, what about water being flat?
Water being flat?
Yeah.
Or being curved? What are you on about?
Well, it doesn't conform to the exterior of a shape, and it needs to be contained.
Yeah, that's where you're going. All right, I thought you was going there. Yeah.
Do we go further? Or do you want to stop?
No.
They will people talking about the truth.
No, you're lying. They won't, will they? I thought they only
Mate.
kicked you off for talking about the Jays.
Mate, Flat Earth and Eric DeBay got booted in 2014, mate. They got it before anyone. It was like the top search on the internet is the Earth flat, and they had to change the whole internet to hide that. Now, when you look at water, mate, it's flat on its surface, and just everybody knows it.
So it's quite simple to figure out, really, then, isn't it?
Well, a flat line does not make a circle. A circle's got to be like, you know.
Well, it's better than that, isn't it? You seen the old trick with the wet tennis ball. What happens to the water when you spin the wet tennis ball?
But water needs to be contained, mate.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It doesn't conform to the exterior of shapes. I
see a better one than that. I shared one in the Telegram group the other day. Some fellows in an airport, or in an airplane rather, in the cockpit, talking to pilots, questioning them, giving them all the measurements of how many degrees you're gonna have to dip the fucking nose per minute in order to keep it level with the curvature of the Earth.
And what about all the fake
the pilots were all there saying they don't adjust for none of that. So the computer
they just fly in a straight plane and keep the altitude straight. You don't adjust for anything, a curve or anything like that. But what about like NASA with all the fake footage?
65 million quid, 66 million quid a day they get sent out the budget, American budget.
Exactly, because they make massive rockets.
Another interesting fact, fun-filled fact for NASA while we're on the subject. Did you know? Yeah, I can't remember his name. Let me get his name up quickly. Oh shit, wrong thing. That there's a member of the House of Lords who is. Oh, actually, it's the man who's been in the newspaper. His name is. Hang on, let me find his fucking name. He's been in the newspaper because he's the CEO, or he's in charge of Next, and he's saying that he wants more immigration, more immigrants. But interesting fact, he's actually also got involvement with NASA, and his name is. I can't find it. Why can't I find his fucking name? Well, I thought I sent it to. I'm sure I shared it on here.
There's a British lord involved in NASA.
Yeah, hang on. It's better than that. He's Jewish, and he's got. I just had to get that one in there. Not that it matters, but it's just worth noting, isn't it?
We all know the score now, don't they?
Here we go. Tory peer Simon Wolfson. Where's the deep dive on him? Where's the links? Yeah. Anyway, this chap here, Tory peer Lord Simon Wolfson, is involved with like clothes. He sells clothes on a mass scale with Next and things like that. But yeah, what other businesses was he involved in? He's involved in all sorts of shit. But the point is, there's a massive conflict of interest. Like these people that are these lawmakers and people that oversee the making of the law have got massive conflicts of interest when they're trying to suggest that we need more people, when we need more immigration.
And more space travel. We need to go to space. You need to keep giving them money to go to space.
Well, it's fucking mental, isn't it? To be fair.
Yeah, and if you look at, how do you define fascism, Jim?
Yeah, let me tell Vincent, because I know Vincent's got a couple of quid, mate, and it makes people like this absolutely fucking seethe. So, Vincent, I've got Affinity Water after me for about £1,000. I
pay my bills. I just read that. I'm not a fucking like.
I don't pay fuck all, mate. This is what I'm saying.
My thing's involved in me rent. So I don't really have any gas or electric.
Water, precipitation comes out the fucking sky.
I know, Jim. It's killer, innit?
You're going to charge me £8 a week for water. The only reason I stopped paying for the water, and this is gospel truth, the only reason I stopped paying for it is because they gave me a £6,000 bill. There was a leak under my flat. There's a leak under my flat, and they said to me, look, that's outrageous. That's not right.
What happens, Jim?
They said, don't pay that. Listen to this. They said, don't pay that. They said, when it gets sorted out, just pay it then, right? So it never got sorted out for about, I don't know how long, for about 2 years. Then they sent me a bill for £1,000. I thought that still sounds a bit high. I think I shouldn't pay that. Anyway, long story short, the water company doesn't even give it to a bailiff. Like, you know, certain bailiffs, they buy debt, don't they?
Yeah.
So once they buy once they buy the debt, that's their business. They bought the debt, it's paid. It's got nothing to do with you, right? But these people in the water, they don't sell the debt. They hire people to collect the debt on their behalf, which I find quite interesting. But yes, the same way. I ain't paid them fuck all though.
And what happened?
Well, like
did the police come round to your house and arrest you?
Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't. This is what I mean. But
nothing
happened. This is the thing. The only people you can appeal to actually make a difference is the middle class. But working class people that have made it better for themselves. They've got their own business, all that sort of thing. Working middle class and that, right? The problem is when people have got their mortgage and they pay their council tax and they're functioning in society and they're keeping up appearances with Hyacinth and the rest of them, they don't want people in stab-proof vests holding clipboards coming to their house. Whether they let them in or not, they don't want it for the image. And I understand it ain't about that, but some people, they do want to save face like that. But it's like you're saying, how long is it going to be? How long is it going to be before people think like something's got to give and they're going to start taking action? But
well, at the end of the day, the other day, right, that guy was throwing a petrol bomb at that fucking immigration centre, and then they blamed it on like far right extremism. So they're setting up the propaganda to come and round us all up, and they're putting prison cities in the fucking country. What's all this about? If you don't do something, they might actually round us all up.
Well, yeah, this is what I was thinking, but at the same time, I was thinking there is a massive influx of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of unwanted, unvetted, probably criminal entities coming over from the channel, right? So they are. Well, bruv, we know they ain't come over here with good intentions, don't we? Let's have it right. We've seen the videos. They're coming over here looking for white girls, mate. That's what they're coming over here for.
So that they can eradicate us.
Well, they teach
how
mental
could anybody
stuff,
pay into that system? I can't really be asked listening to people who are not free, who are like debt slaves, who are mentally enslaved, when they tell me like, "Oh, good luck not paying your bills," and I pay my bills. I've got a nice lifestyle. I've got my own business. Like, I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm
but
a good person.
you only pay the bills you know you need to pay. Yeah, well, this is the thing. Well, we're on a different thing, then. I don't pay for nothing. No, I'm joking. Do you know what? At the minute, I think what's it called? Council tax does get paid, but that's not me doing it. That'll be the state paying themselves.
Is it your missus or?
No, it's the housing benefit because I get housing benefit.
Oh, right.
I have to pay for it. Welshie, do you want to come on, lad? Because do you not like Welshie either? You don't get on with him either.
No, I ain't got anything against him at all.
What have you got to say? Why are you giving all me co-hosts loads of stick in that?
Who, me?
Yeah,
I ain't got nothing against him. I'm just like, I ain't got nothing against Reverend Simon Sideways, but you know, you just got to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. That's what you've got to do, and it's a mental slavery. They threaten you with this stuff.
Yeah. Vega wants to chat. I've got to go and do something quickly. So yeah, 1 minute, boys.
Hey, Jim.
How you doing? I've got to go, Vince, quickly. So you can keep everything rolling with.
Let me see how I get on. Tom.
All right.
Hello.
Tom, I've got 2 points.
All right, Jim.
Hey, Mark.
I'm just going quickly.
How you going, Vincent?
I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys.
Tom, I'll make a point and then I'll let Mark Kelly talk. My first one. So when we have this revolution and they all put you in charge because you sound like you know what you're on about. So we overthrow all of these evil corporations, the electric companies, the gas companies, the water companies. Yeah, we fuck them all off and we stop them charging us extortionate rates. So nobody's paying tax either. What does the world look like then, Tom?
Freedom.
No taxes, no schools, no infrastructure.
What does the world look like in 30 years' time if it continues the way it's going?
It doesn't look very nice, Tom. I agree with you there.
So you want us to keep going as the same?
I just don't think it looks better when we overthrow a government and take charge ourselves personally, because the only people I hear talk about these want to do it with violence, and I don't want people ruling me who use violence.
Civil disobedience is not violence, it's non-violent. You just say no.
So you think the world looks better when we're not paying taxes, not contributing to society, not funding our children's education, not funding the hospitals, not building the roads?
Education. Do you honestly think the children are being educated?
Who's doing a better job, the schools or you with your children, Tom, if you had any?
My children are not going to pay taxes to these corrupt, psychotic, genocidal maniacs. So your children will if you carry on.
Wow. Okay. Well, the world don't look good without taxes, Tom.
The world don't look good in 30 years' time.
Why do you think we're so successful? Why do you think we're considered the greatest democracy on earth? Why did our legal system get it exported all over the world? We had the greatest civilization going, Tom. And unfortunately for you and unfortunately for me, because I don't like paying taxes, it was built on our wealth.
Well, you have enslaved me.
Okay, I'll let Mark Kelly talk then, because you don't see my point.
Yeah, Tom, can you hear me, Tom?
I can, mate.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you, Tom, is you seem to have a massive problem with the Union flag. Now, when your grandfather or great-grandfather was going over the trenches in the First and Second World War, was he worried about it then when the Scots and Welshmen and the Irishmen were stood with him? Was he saying, no, we're English? We don't want you Welsh people with us.
Listen, mate, this is not about racism and all that. Listen to me. I'm
not. It's not racism at all. What you're saying, I'm just saying.
4 million.
I'm just saying. You seem to have such a massive problem with the Union Jack.
You are being genocided. If you are Irish and you can hear this, they want to bring.
No, I'm English. I was born in England. No, I'm just worried. I'm just concerned that all these people, all your grandparents, what fought for our freedoms. You'll throw it in the air because they were standing next to a Scotsman or a Welshman going over that trench for your freedoms.
My freedoms were not given to me by the British government. They was enacted in the English Parliament before Britain was even created, and they have been systematically destroyed by the British government. The English have not had a parliament since 1708. There's not been a lawful law made in England since 1708.
Well, I'm not talking about the laws. I'm talking about sort of discriminating against the Welsh, the Irish, and the Scottish, what fought by side with your probably granddad.
Listen. Tom, please give me 1 minute to just address this, because you keep ranting. He's not listening, right? Oh, Welsh, you always with an echo, you, mate. You always come with an echo. Fuck's sake. Right. So the point is, it's not, it doesn't hate on other cultures, doesn't hate on other ethnicities, doesn't hate on any other regions. The fact that the problem with the British flag is the British state, and the fact that they have systematically eroded all rights for the British citizens. Who have we lost? Welshie. I muted him.
Yeah.
He's gone again. All right. Anyway, did you hear that, Mark? It's about.
I did. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It ain't about the people. Go on.
What have you got to say about that, then, mate?
Right.
Yeah, no. Listen, I'm not going on that. The law side of things. I'm going on about people what stand in trenches and fight with you. I mean, you're not going to be sitting in a trench with a Turk or a Pole, are you? You're not going to be doing that.
But that's
going to be someone Welsh.
Listen, Mark.
Hang
on. That is a straw man, because realistically, all them people that are in the trenches, whether they're black, white, or fucking purple, they're fighting for rich people, rich bankers, rich fucking families, dynasties.
I get that. I get that.
Right. So it ain't about. It's not. As a nation, as English people, there is, like we know, if you see the stream yesterday, there ain't been no such thing as an English person since 1981, right? But there is we was English once, and they did have rights. Do you see what I'm saying? And the point about
Well,
the British,
Yeah, I get where he's going and where you're going with it, Jim. But I just just a bit funny that he's hates the Union flag. That's all.
Making up bullshit. Never once did I mention a Welsh person or an Irish person. There's only 4 million people in Ireland, and the Irish government wants to bring 4 million people to Ireland. They want to double the population of Irish with Africans. That is insane. That is genocidal.
Yeah. I know that from Mr. Deegan.
I am standing up for the Irish here now. I am putting my head up above the parapet for them and telling them they need to do something, or they will be genocided from the earth. You just saying, come on, carry on. Nothing's happening. It's okay.
No, I'm not. Listen, hang on. Don't put words in my mouth, brother. I know what's going on. I can see it. All right. I've been to Ireland 3 or 4 times recently, and I've seen it change demographically beyond belief. So don't say I don't know what's going on, because I can see it. I speak to Mr. Deegan about this problem.
Pay for it? If you pay for it, you're complicit in that.
Well, I'm not paying for anything. I'm here. I'm not in Ireland. So how am I paying for it?
Well, it's the UK government, innit? So Northern Ireland.
No, it's Southern Ireland. It's Southern Ireland.
Yeah,
we're talking about.
Well, it's a big difference.
Yeah, we don't pay anything for Southern Ireland.
Where do you think all them people are going to go? What do you think the EU are doing? They're busy getting rid. No, the EU are busy getting rid of that border in Ireland.
Tom, you're a
Turn yourself up, Welshie.
Yeah, turn yourself up, Welshie. Can't hear you, Hardy lad.
You can turn him up, Jim.
Can I?
Turn me.
Yeah, go to his settings.
I don't want to shout over you.
Okay. So Ireland is Ireland, not the UK, right? You seem to have made a point there, but it falls flat.
No,
because
I get what you're saying. The Irish government, I know the difference between the Republic of Ireland
and what's your problem? Well, then why do you make the point? Why do you make the point that we're paying for it when we're not?
Where do you think all these people are going to go? They are trying to unify Ireland.
No, you make a statement, Tom. Make a statement. Back it up.
What you want about?
Right.
He may have misspoke. He may have misspoke because he may have
misspoke. That's what I'm saying, Jim. And now they're trying to nail me to the cross.
All right.
Nail me to the cross.
Yeah. Well then just fucking admit it then, yeah. Because then you move it on to say, well, where do you think they're all going? Well, at the moment they're all going to fucking Ireland. All right.
Well, he didn't
like you said
specify Northern Irish. He just said Irish. So
it's islands.
And let's be honest, yeah.
I did say Northern Ireland actually.
And what's your problem with me?
I've not got one with you, right?
I've literally just walked into the chat, and I know Welshie. What the fuck is your problem with me? How do I conform with anything? I don't conform with fuck all. So come on, let's hear it.
No. I listen to you all the time. I think you're all right. I like you, man. What you on about?
Well, that's not the sort of reaction.
It may have been something to do with what had just happened with Rev and the fact.
What happened with Rev? Because I didn't even see that Rev bit. What happened with Rev?
You have to go back and watch
hated the Union flag, Welshie. That's what got me a bit.
The Union flag is like a terrorist fucking flag.
The Union flag, yeah, the Union flag.
I stand for the St. George flag, me. That's my flag. I'm English.
Of course.
Can't hate on me from your nationality.
Wasn't St. George a Turk?
Yeah.
Who cares about that? I'm talking about a flag. I'm talking about what represents us as a people.
Like it, Mark. Like it. I see what you've been doing in your streams. I noticed what you've been up to.
Well, the best picture, the best picture of a Union flag, and it is me outside the Old Bailey, and that one blowing behind my emoji. I was on top of a generator at the time. That's not my flag.
At the end of the day, they've signed us all up to this like immigration pact with the UN.
Yeah, I know that. Tom. I know.
Basically, when you all talk about illegal immigration, there's no such thing as illegal immigration. They made it lawful.
That's right.
You're all using their words, their rhetoric. Use our rhetoric. It's an invasion. It's genocide.
Tom, in a simple way. Tom, in a simple way.
Is an invasion the government's words the last? Wasn't it the government's words, the invasion?
I was calling it an invasion.
Yes, she did say
lady was.
So you know, I don't...
Tom, in a simple way, tell us why the Union flag...
Do you think that's a real government?
Sorry, Vincent, go on, mate.
Hang on.
I'm going to try again in a minute.
For a second, 1 second, because just because I like
Sorry,
the way his
Vincent.
microphone. Hang on. Just because I like the way his microphone sounds, Vincent, please.
Yeah. Tom, just tell us in a simple way, because you don't really seem to have many answers or solid answers for anything here. I'm sorry
You
to say.
don't look. I've just given you the floor. You don't need to come so condescending.
Well,
No,
okay.
Jay,
Here's my
honestly,
question.
You don't need to protect me, Amy. I'm happy to have this with him. Go
Tom,
on.
sorry, I apologise for that then, Tom. Tell us why the Union flag is not representative of you.
Oh my God. You're getting obsessed with the fucking Union.
Do it simple
flag.
then, and then we can shift on, because there's a couple of
I've
people who are
already
offended
told
by
you,
that.
I've already made my point. You're having your rights taken away by the British government. It's almost been usurped anyway. It's been usurped by a lot of the corporate fascists, and you pay your fucking taxes to them to keep the scam going, to keep you all down, to keep the English down, so that this country can be destroyed.
But to be fair, before we lost our British citizenship, or our English citizenship rather, or they made us, what's it called? They stopped us from being a subject to the crown and took our rights that way, and then made us persons, I believe. So
Well,
that's just saying what I think.
I'm not a legal persona.
Well,
No matter when you're using words like this, person means legal persona. I'm flesh and blood. I'm a real person. I have rights. I have a life. I have wants and hopes and dreams. A corporate entity doesn't have any of them. It's just on paper. I'm not a person.
Yeah.
Don't care about all that. Keep all that. Let them have
Tom,
it.
you know in Parliament last week. You know in Parliament last week that Suella Braverman said it was an invasion. And she had all the press and hang on, let me finish.
I agree.
She had all the press and opposition all screaming her down and stuff. Now, what I would say is, if she said that and she was white, how much more shit would she have got?
Well, let me ask you this question, yeah. What applied company
Go on,
saying?
mate.
What are the SNP saying?
Scottish National Party, I don't know.
If the Tories are now saying it's an invasion, and you are all like, yeah, Britain, what are the government in Wales saying? They're saying, let's have more immigration. What are the SNP saying? The government in Scotland, they're saying, yeah, let's have more immigration. Get out of that fucking union, boys, I swear.
Yeah, I get that, mate.
The union is going to kill you. It is the very thing that is destroying you. Silence.
Vincent, do you want to weigh in, mate?
I do. I want to go back to the hopes and dreams bit. Well, which of your hopes and dreams have been stymied by the way that the government has reset up the structure, Tom? What are you not able to do now? What are you not able to achieve by their restructuring of things?
All my life, I'm free.
Well, you've just told us you had hopes and dreams.
Free.
You did like a fucking speech.
I just want to be left alone. What is freedom? Let's have a discussion about the nature of freedom. You're not
You
free
told
to
us
do
for the
what
first
you want.
half an hour, Tim. You didn't care about their
rules
about their
freedom.
laws.
I just want to be left alone by the state. That's what freedom means. Left alone. To be the master of my own devices.
You must
All right,
understand.
Steve. All right,
Hey,
mate.
Steve. You must understand, Tom.
Jim, I sent my audience over to you because I was only live for about half hour. I had to feed the cat and that. I've been at work with them. Fucked, man. I just thought I'd come on for 10 minutes or something.
Oh, right, jolly good. You got anything to say about what freedom is, mate?
Freedom is... Yeah, in my opinion, freedom's open to interpretation because freedom for one person is a complete opposite of what freedom would be for someone else. So
that's a cop-out.
No, it's not a cop-out, though. For example, how's it a cop-out?
What do you
define
freedom as?
Go on, Steve.
Right, go on, right. Freedom, yeah? So freedom to me is to make your own choice and you be free to live how you wish to live, right? But ultimately,
we agree.
Freedom for some people... No, let me finish. Freedom for some people would be inflicting on other people's freedom. So freedom is open to interpretation, and it's basically you go down a rabbit hole in trying to define what freedom is, when ultimately there's no exact definition of what freedom is because it's open to interpretation no matter who the person is. So freedom for someone living in the UK would be completely different to freedom for someone living in America, I'd say.
All right, so if you can't say no, are you free?
What's that? None of us are free. We're all slaves to the system.
If you can't say no, if you are not free to say no, thank you, are you free?
Tommy, can I ask one question? What are you? What are you using?
Say that again.
Tommy, what are you using right now to speak to us all? Are you using a phone, a laptop, or a tablet?
For this, mate. It's come from a corporate entity. I pay for it. I choose for it. I pay it. I choose it.
Yeah, but what are you using to speak to us? A phone?
Why?
What then?
Why though?
Well, because it's being
just answer the fucking question, you cunt. What? It's not even a trick question.
Your
Just
device
answer
is
it.
being tracked.
I know it is. Doesn't that scare you?
He doesn't want to admit to paying a bill.
Then you're not free. Then, if you want to go that if you want to go that extreme, you're not free because you're being watched right now.
Why are people trying to say that I don't pay my bills? You can't exist in this fucking world without.
You spent the first half an hour telling us you didn't, Tom.
No, I told you I don't pay.
In all fairness, he said he does pay his bills. He just doesn't pay demands from the state. Is what he said.
And what I'm getting from the chat is you're calling Rev a government agent. Well, that's one of the most funniest things I've heard. It's like calling me an undercover cop. I mean, the guy does his fucking things. Wait there, this guy does his recordings from a 40-foot lorry off-road, bouncing all over the place. Is that a government nuclear truck or some sort of government intelligence lorry? Is that what you think? And guess what? I've been to his house for the last 6-7 years, right? And he lives in a fucking very humble fucking property, and he's not a rich man. So I don't know who the fuck's paying him. Like, who the fuck's paying me and everyone else? Because none of us are getting paid, and he's not a government shill or a government worker.
Well, why don't you post a little video of you with him fucking at his house and prove it? Where's the receipt?
He has done. He literally done a whole live stream where they was talking to a plant at his house.
I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I spoke to Welshie in Rev's house.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I love people like you. You're such a fucking idiot. You believe we're all fucking shills. Right? None of us have fucking got. None of us have. I'm not even monetized. I've got a channel that's not even monetized. So that proves that thing. And I think I earned about fucking £5 on coffee donate last month. Last month, £5. So I mean, I could do.
I pay 30% fucking tax every week. You spastic, and you wonder why you ain't got any money.
Shut up, you fucking mug.
You know what I mean? You skip all the
fucking
time.
Idiot. Well, when you
slaves.
When you're used to earning £200 a day, and all of a sudden you're getting like £5 in donations in a month, it's not like we're shills, you cunts. You're a fucking idiot. What the fuck do you think? Wait there. If you're pulling Rev, just look down his channel. Just see his fucking channel. See him bounce. Do you really think they set up a 40-foot fucking lorry off-road and he's bouncing around giving one-take fucking videos? Is that what you think he's fucking doing? You think he's government paid? Fucking idiot.
You protest a little bit too much, you mate.
Yeah, this is what amazes me, though. This is what amazes me. You can look on Social Spike. You can look on Social Spike, my YouTube channel. It's not monetized, you prick.
How come someone comes on here?
Does that make me MI5?
What if it was Welsh? It doesn't mean nothing, does it?
Attack.
Well, the thing is, I spend my fucking hard-earned cash, right, and my savings at the moment, right, to go to all these events and film all these things, and I got fucking melts and flids like you calling us out for being shills all the time. When we know it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Someone called me a shill. Someone called me an undercover cop the other day because I told him to calm down a couple of times. I mean, it's just fucking retarded. You're all fucking paranoid, fucking imbecile.
Not me, is it?
It is. You sound like a paranoid imbecile now. That's exactly what you sound like.
Paranoid, mate. I'm free.
I mean, of all people to call a shill, you call Rev a shill. You're a fucking idiot. Of all the people in the UK, you could call a shill, or all the patriots out there, and you call him it. Fucking idiot.
He's not a patriot, you dickhead. He's fucking for the British, not for the English. Patriots are English.
You clearly don't even watch his channel, do you? You clearly don't even watch his channel. You're an idiot.
I used to, but you watch it for.
Well, that's it.
That's it. He's like.
So are you saying that people that call themselves British are shills, but people who call themselves English are not?
I'm saying that there's a movement on YouTube, yeah, and it's the English nationalist movement, and the British government have got their agents on YouTube, and they want to destroy the English nationalist movement. That's what I'm saying.
And what you're saying that people like Rev that are out to get you?
Yeah, how's Rev going to do that? He's independent.
It's about rhetoric. It's about ridicule. It's about trying to turn them into crazy people and terrorists. You are actually helping them. That's what you're doing.
No, you are. You're a lost cause. That's what you are.
And to repeat Mark Kelly's comment, those Welsh and sorry, Steve, those Welsh, Scottish, and Irish fought alongside the English to give you your fucking freedom, Tom, so you could do whatever you want with it.
Yes, the term British has been diluted down, and it doesn't mean what it meant 50 years ago.
I don't know what Vincent Vega's actually on about, because they all worked with this fucking with the the Soviet fucking communists, and look at the state of the place now. All getting
we're not about the Welsh government today. We're not about the Scottish government today. We're all about what British meant 50 years ago and what it did mean. Yes, it has been diluted down. It has been diluted down.
Right, council tax is local
government. Not the same argument, is it?
It's the first time I've heard council tax today, and he's just come up with
this is what it was about. This is what the stream was about. This is why Rev chimed in. This is all right, Tom. It's going to be hard for me to sit here and defend you. Everyone names, mate. So you need to relax a minute and let me try and work a bit of charm. Right,
no, because you're talking shit, mate. At the end of the day,
I'm not.
No, they are. Right. You know, we don't even know what they're on about.
Right.
Oh yeah. Christ, coming from someone like you.
Let me fill you in, Welsh, quickly. So the stream is actually called Pragmatic Solutions, because I got Tom on for a chat because he reached out to me. I spoke to him on the telephone, and I thought he's on the same sort of level as me as with things, and he wants to tell people about it. And I thought, well, I'll give him a platform. For the same sort of reason. Rev saying like you got to tell people what's going to happen, this, that, and the other, is the same reason I don't want to try and G people up to do it and for it to go wonky for them, because I've got my own anecdotal experiences. I know how it's panned out for me, so I can talk for myself and my lived experience, for want of using the lefty terminology.
It's all based on fear, innit, Jim?
Right, basically.
They want you to be scared that you're going to go to prison, you're going to go to court. Right. They want you to be scared.
He's willing to come and talk about it, yeah, and I'm willing to give him the thing. And then Rev wanted to come on and conflate the argument of
no, Jim. Me and Rev have already had it in the YouTube fucking comment section. He came on here just to attack me, no other reason.
Well,
no other reason, mate.
You are calling him a government agent. And when I know
he started going on at me, mate.
Yeah, I bet it's not the first time you've called him a government agent, eh? I bet it comes in every one of your tweets. Yeah, so there we go. So the reality is when you're accused of being something that you know you're not, and you do it for the right reasons, right? Then it does, it's rather pissy off, especially from someone who's supposed to be a patriot too, or supposed to be a nationalist, because I think you're a nationalist.
I don't believe that he is a patriot, mate. I believe that is damaging to the English people.
Okay.
What way do you think Rev's damaging to the English people? Because I've only seen him speak good about the English people. He's always spoke up for the working class. He's always spoke out for the little man. He's never shit down and he's never punched down. He's always punched up. So he
always works alone. He always works alone. Have you noticed? He's not involved.
Working class himself.
It wouldn't be right if I didn't chime in and I say, well, I have seen him working for ACAD though.
Yeah, he worked for ACAD a couple of years ago as bouncers for lols, but he's not working for any figure in the UK. He's not working for any political party or any group or anything. He doesn't get involved in anyone, and he doesn't go into any label. Just like me, I'm the same as him. We do not get involved in any of that shit.
You can't vouch for him, mate.
Right,
no matter what you say, you can't vouch for him.
I can. Listen,
no, you can't. No, you can't.
This is not about.
Well, how can you call him out? How can you call him out and I can't vouch for him? How's that?
Listen, right, like Jim said, I've come on here to tell you all to stop paying taxes, and like a flock of fucking wolves, you've come on here to all attack me. That's how you roll.
I came on just because Jim was right.
That is how it's done. That is how it's done.
I didn't actually do that. I was just.
That ain't what this was supposed to be about, Tom. You have
Civil
to like take my word for it.
Civil disobedience is the only way forward. You're not going to beat them in a fight. You can't fucking like rebel because, you know, they're just going to nail you down like fucking extremists. The only way to fucking do anything is to just say no. I'm not paying them any more money.
Just saying no. Just saying no. No.
I feel better about myself when I go to sleep. So no, I am not complicit in the genocide of the English people.
So Tom, so what in terms of you saying no, in terms of just pay, when you say, oh, we're not paying no more, I'm just going to say no.
This is fucking
so what are you not paying? Just out of curiosity.
Tax.
Okay, what taxes? Council tax, tax on your wages.
The only tax that they can get off me is VAT, because how the fuck do you avoid VAT? Like it's on every item that you buy, apart from VAT. Name it and I don't pay it. I can't be asked sitting here going through it all again. Like, I don't make any demands.
No, I'm not having a dig. I was just curious.
No,
I'm trying to have a talk.
You have come on. Well, you didn't really come on here and have a go at me, I'll be honest. But you know,
I don't honestly, mate. This is the first time I've spoke to you. I don't know nothing about you. I just jumped on because Jim was live and I sent the audience over. That was it, mate. I just want to get a rough idea because obviously you're an English nationalist. From what I can work out, you're an English nationalist, which is what I would represent myself as. I'd say I was English before I was British, but I would never say fuck the British because that's a lot of people. Let me finish. That's a lot of people that you're pushing to the side that you can bring on side. And just by saying fuck the British when people identify as British, I'm not on about the foreigners who identify as British. I'm on about actual English, Scottish, and Northern Irish and Welsh, right? So what I'm saying is, if you push them to the side and you don't want them, you're getting rid of an awful lot of people that you could have on side, and it's very divisive using that approach. That's
You're putting words in my mouth. Never once have I said anything about the Scottish or the Welsh or the Irish. You have come on here and
said that. I didn't say that. I said the ones who call themselves British.
The state entity that they call the fucking United Kingdom has taken away all the liberties that even, you know, the English liberties expanded to Wales and expanded to Scotland. And it's not that they want to just take the liberties of the English. They want to take English liberty, which expands to America.
No, I agree with all that. Trust me, mate, you're preaching to the choir here, but what I'm saying is you can't just use the narrative fuck the British, because people don't, to the people outside of this movement, they just think you're saying fuck the British. That's what they think.
I'm saying we need to get out of the fucking union. That's what I'm saying. It will kill you, Steve. It will kill you. You cannot have a
Jim, I'm going to jump off because he's accused me of attacking him, and I'm not attacking him. I just wanted to get them.
I think you may have just felt like a bit under attack where you go, because you did look a bit angry when you were talking about the British flag and that, and you didn't, and he was like,
yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, but don't worry about
perhaps. So I'm going to jump off, Jim. So I don't want to attack Tommy.
That's number 2 down. Thanks. Seeing 2 of them off now.
I haven't. So see, now you want me to. Now I want to stay now. For saying that, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
Stay, please stay.
Yeah, I've got to get to the shop, but you know, he's going on like he's 2-0 up or something now. You know what I mean?
This is what I mean. You're letting the team down, don't you, Mark?
I can come back, but I've got to get to the shop before it shuts.
All right, well, yeah, go on.
All right, if you're still on, I'll come back, Jim.
All right, then, bruv.
I'll be honest, right? Civil disobedience it's not for everybody. Some people are mice, and you've got to be a man to do it. You've got to be able to willing to go through some bullshit and fight. It's just how it is. If you're not willing to fight, then we will just lose everything. That's just how it is.
Yeah, anyone thinks we haven't been protesting for the last 2 years, civilly disobedience.
Mate, but this is the whole point of civil disobedience. They're not listening to your protest. Your protests fall on deaf ears.
But isn't that civil disobedience? Isn't that what we're doing?
No, civil disobedience is not fucking paying any taxes, mate.
So civil disobedience is not like ignoring certain rules and then ignoring directions from law enforcement and then doing the opposite. Now, that's not civil disobedience.
But do you think they listen to your protests?
No, don't. Is that not civil disobedience? What I've just described.
Well, if you want to class it as part of that, then I'm more than happy to class it as part of that. But what I'm saying
it is.
The protest part of that is not working, and they are not listening to your fucking protest.
Okay. So civil disobedience doesn't always work. That's my point. You just made my point. You just made my Tom. You just made my point. You just made my point.
My point is that all the taxes go back to pay bankers' loans. Right.
Okay, I get what you're saying there, but not always does civil disobedience work. As you can see, it did work. It did work in the sense that I don't think shut up a minute. I don't think the government carried on the lockdowns like they did. They realised that the public had enough, and they could see that. But like I said, it didn't do what we wanted it to do, which was to fucking stop it all straight away. So yeah, it didn't work, did it really?
No, it's not even just that though, is it? It's not just COVID. Go and protest about anything. Immigration. You go and protest about it. The only people I've even seen protest.
I've been doing it for 6 years. I've been doing it since the Manchester bombing. Since the Manchester bombing, I've literally been to 90% of Patriot events since the Manchester bombing. All right.
Immigration has increased.
Oh yes, I know. I understand that.
Yeah. But so why can't you just try something else? Why can't you find the balls to turn around to them and say, no, I'm not going to keep doing what you say. This is bullshit. Don't agree. What about this one? You all know this. There's no taxation without representation. Right? So do you feel represented in that place? Hello?
Hello?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you and you, but I keep dropping. He keeps on dropping out. Welsh and Steve keep dropping out, man.
You know.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Steve. Welsh, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been a pain in the arse all night. I'll proper.
Welsh,
thing out here goes on again.
I want if you've got another idea, right? I'm down with you, mate. I'll do it. Let's go. What else can we do?
You're here for a reason, mate. Do what God gave you, put you on earth to do, mate. You got to speak your truth, mate. You got to tell them.
That's why I'm here. And I've already give my piece, mate. I've already said what I think we as a people should do.
You said good people are shills and government agents, and you said just don't pay bills.
That aside.
I'm not the only person that thinks that on YouTube, mate.
Oh, look, mate, I don't really give a fuck from no marks to do it online. But when someone who pretends to be a proper nationalist and a patriot starts calling out me and other people, I think, fuck you. I'll come on it. I mean, there's channels. There's channels.
Your nation is Wales. We do not live in the same nation, bro. Right. You are not the same nationality as me.
That's correct.
Right. So what the fuck are you on about?
What do you mean? What the fuck am I on about?
I'm not calling
I'm
out
Welsh.
Not calling out the Welsh. Calling out the British government.
You calling out central government? Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
Westminster.
Right.
Westminster. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Alan, what are you
but that's central government. That's central government, yeah.
And what about the local governments that are getting all the money off us?
Oh, God,
local government as well. All the councils. You know, the council in Oldham, mate. It got merged.
What the fuck's that got to do with English and Welsh?
Manchester, and then it got fucking genocided. So that's local government for you. Okay, not just central government. It's all the corrupt people in the fucking council.
What's your point, Tom? You're not fucking English, you're Welsh. Yes, and
you're saying that I'm calling out other nationalists. You're not my fucking nation. My nation is not Britain. If Reverend is telling people he's British,
I want to hear what Alan's got to say, because Alan's a nationalist. Alan, what flag do you fly, Alan?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
I love what that guy's saying. I've missed everything else, but I've only just got on.
I love you too, Alan, mate. You are a fucking legend, mate. You're part of the reason I'm here, mate.
Oh, mate.
You are a legend. Do you know why you're a legend, right? Because you've got it in you to actually do this shit. You fucking got balls, mate.
Cheers, mate. What are you laughing at, you dickhead? Fuck off, he's picking me up, man. He's talking good shit, this guy. It's all about the English. It's not about Britain, is it? Britain's just a fucking made-up name.
Alan, you know what I ask? You know what I call you, Alan? You're in trouble. Now, Alan.
Go on.
Did you send an inflatable sheep?
Yeah, what's all that about?
And KY Jelly to Liam T's house saying Welshie was here. You missed the wellies. You missed the wellies. You got the big wellies in there with it.
No, you weren't it, Welshie?
Yeah, I had done it beforehand. It was my job. Now, Alan has been sending fucking mail in the post and stuff, hasn't he?
No, I have not.
I thought it was you, Welshie. It literally says from Welshie.
Yeah, all right. I don't know his address. I don't know his address. I said that to him. He rang me up. I said, look, Liam, I don't even know your address, mate. How am I going to send something to you? I don't know your address. There's only one
blew
person.
It up as well. Liam actually blew it up.
There's only one person that was active, and he got the info from Steve. That's what I said.
Mate, I don't know his address. I just know whereabouts.
Yes, you fucking do. But there we go.
I ain't got enough spare cash to be buying blow-up sheets for Liam.
No, it was Alan, wasn't it? Alan did it.
Oh, God.
You just provided the address. You just provided the address.
Nah, see, I'm starting to think, well, she's a shill now.
No, honestly, right? No, can I just have my 10 bobs worth? You know, Welchie, someone's deliberately done this, right? And they've typed it the way that someone who's been in jail had typed it. So I know full well Jim has sent that to Liam.
Yeah. Oh,
I know full well Jim has done that because Jim got his address.
I'll take the thing. Oh no, he did say the address. He did say the address out on the live stream. That was me.
You sent it. Oh, you sent in that sheet because they put was here as WOZ and ERE. That's something I would have done back in the jail days.
By the way, Jim,
how's that my fault then? What are you trying to insinuate
Jim,
by that?
Jim, if I go down, put the link back in the chat. I got to go on my other phone. Like battery's died. I'm 1%. I'm on charge, but it's 1%.
All right, well,
carry on.
All right. Oh, wait, what was I going to say? I was reading these comments.
Hey, no, Jim, give us a lowdown a minute on what's just gone on in this chat because I like what this guy's saying.
Right, so here you go, Tom. Please, without blowing smoke up his ass, can you tell Alan what we was been talking about?
I just called out a load of 77th and they've just all tried to
What a fucking idiot. There's no chance in the chat.
I'm only lying. Listen, for the record, Welshie, I never called you a shill. That's for the record, yeah. You can go back and watch it. Never mentioned your name, never called you a shill.
Yeah, but you the thing is, you've literally just said as well, when I said that, you said, well, I haven't seen his yards. Well, I it's been on my channel and it's been on his channel for the last 4 weeks. We've been doing lives from his pad, right? So you're not obviously observing the channels anyway. But I mean, I know for a fact that Simon's a long distance lorry, not a long distance lorry driver, a heavy goods driver. He does fucking 40-footers back and forth up the motorways, and now he's got a job off road doing it. And you see him bouncing around in his fucking cab off road, and that's all he's doing is tipping and moving. Now, I mean, I know he's been out of work. I know he's been skinned. You know, all these things in the last couple of years. He lost his job because he wouldn't have the jab. He wouldn't wear a mask. He's done loads of fucking shit, mate. And then you're calling him out as if he's getting like he's 70. So what if you fucking put that flag up?
Do that. Put an English flag
just because it's been diluted. Just because it's been diluted, it is part of the Great Britain. As we were.
Listen, mate, if you put an English flag in the chat now, it turns black.
Hey, look, if I put a Welsh flag in the chat, it turns black.
So there you go.
If I put a union, if If I put a Union flag in the chat, it goes fucking black. It depends what device you're using.
You know why? Because there's a certain type of people that rule and own and oversee day-to-day.
Globalists, and the enemy of globalists are nationalists.
And who are the globalists?
What family?
Banks,
family
arms
names?
companies, fucking Walmart, fucking all of them.
If anything,
family names though, we've got family names too.
If anything, I think Rev's a deep fake of Zelensky. He wears that green top, and he's got the same sort of side profile as this Ukrainian shill. I don't know, you never know. I think he's Zelensky in disguise.
He looks a bit like Zelensky.
Yeah, especially makes me think.
Has anyone ever seen Rev and Zelensky in the same room?
Alan, but back to your question, because we go off massive tangents in this channel and digress easily. We was actually talking about non-payment of council tax and forms of civil disobedience that can be and should be looked at, like actually taken up, really, because there is
that I do.
This is what I mean.
Well, my mate in my town, he's a big guy on. I think he's got a group on Facebook, does all that shit. Don't pay his council tax. He hasn't paid it for years.
Exactly, and he's still here. He's not in jail. Nothing happens.
No, he knows what to write.
You need to stop funding the enemy. Look at what they do to our towns, Active. Look at what they do with the money what we give them. Eh?
They've ruined the towns, haven't they? Every time the country's gone down. Up north's just been ruined.
How can any man with a conscience pay for that?
I know, yeah, you're paying for your destruction, aren't you?
Paying for your own demise, Active. You get it, bro. And these guys are like, yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep doing that. No.
Are you part of the English Constitution Party?
Nah, but, I've heard about it. I've seen some stuff on it. Are you?
Yeah, I'm mates with him. I'm not actually, not proper member yet, but he talks just like you, mate.
Yeah, to be fair, you would like Daddy Dragon. He's literally talking.
I know Daddy Dragon. Yeah, of course I do, man. I've watched all that. But there's what's the other one? Is that Patriotic Alternative, innit? So
that's Steve Laws's party.
That's what I mean. I was like, I love Daddy Dragon, man. I love Daddy Dragon.
I knew you were going to say that, Leg. I just knew it.
Just while we're on the subject, let's see how tall Steve is up against Mark.
How can we see how tall he is?
I'll tell you what, right? I towered over those PA guys.
Should we have a look?
Oh, was that a real picture, Steve? Because I didn't think everyone was that short.
They're all like 5 foot. I was like 6 foot. I'm 6'2". You know how tall I am. I'm basically a little bit taller than you. But those guys, I towered over them. I couldn't believe it. When the picture came out, I was like, fuck you know.
I thought they stood you on a fucking stool or something.
No, it's just taller, isn't it? It's just, I didn't think I was that tall until I went up north and everyone was all short. Must be something in the water up there, mate.
Oh, no, yeah, definitely.
But no, it was a good day, actually, to be fair. Speech came out. I got a standing ovation and round of applause and all that. So you can't really ask for more than that, can you?
No, definitely not, mate. Definitely not.
You can't.
Despite how much Jim wants to laugh at my tie and my shoes.
Well, no,
Jim's dying to go in.
Now you've brought it up. I wasn't going to say anything. Well, he's brought it up. I feel to get the picture out now.
Wait there. He didn't do a Dianabicus and wear the wrong shoes. Both left.
He will match
Jim thought Mark paid for my shoes.
No, please don't. No, Alan thought that you was
Peggy thought that then, my bad. I knew it was one of you two.
Yeah, right. He said it to me. I found it hilarious, so I rang you or I texted you about it.
Yeah. Jim, put the link in the chat. I got to come up on my other device. I got my government device. I got a government device I can go into now. It's secure. It's secure. Not like Liz Truss's iPhone. That's not secure.
All right, go on in.
All right. The job's done, by the way. Liz Truss pipeline.
Yeah, that's what she was for, mate. That's all she was for.
Have you heard the conspiracy story on that quickly before I go?
What is the conspiracy for its theory before
Liz Truss got sacked
before your phone dies
because she texts Senator Blinken, the U.S. foreign Scarlet.
Is 1 minute after? What is that a conspiracy theory? Because that was what I was hearing was mainstream theory.
It's gone.
Is he gone? Can you not hear him either then, Alan, when it does that?
Yeah, I think his phone just died, and that's why he was thinking out at the end.
Oh yeah, he needs the thing, doesn't he? He needs the thing. Right, anyway, so yeah, we was talking about civil disobedience, Alan, and about how people shouldn't pay their council tax because realistically... Oh, look, it's the Rev. The Rev wants to talk again.
Don't argue. Keep it civil.
Why? He's been arguing. Has Rev been arguing with this guy?
No, but it was though. Keep it civil. Keep it civil.
I was here earlier on while he was chatting. No, I had to go off and talk to the government about my wages.
Who we just lost?
I see Simon's ready for it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was literally talking to the live stream because I still had it going. But no, I had to go off and work out me and base wages from the government because obviously we're shills. And don't worry, base. Between that and Israel, you should have yourself at least enough money to put half a tank of fuel in the motor, mate. So we're sweet. All right.
You got that Zelensky t-shirt on today?
I have. Look, I'm fully dressed. I am ready for any government fucking sponsorship that you have. I also part of NATO.
Just like,
unfortunately, you're not having it at the moment, but I just take the guns.
Yeah, you want to show us all the film crew behind and all all the deep fake stuff they got going on.
They're all official secrets, mate. They're over there.
Okay.
Yeah, Well, you've been here when all those government agents are like wiring you up, and giving you all the details. So.
They're quite unusual, those government agents. They're up to no good all the time, aren't they?
Well, they almost look like pissed up locals. Tom has actually got a good point in terms of the civil disobedience, like in terms of not giving them money. He has got a good point.
Yeah, he does have some good points. Not everything he says is wrong.
There, because at the end of the day, if you don't fund these councils, they've got no money to play with to ultimately fuck up the towns.
Do you know what would be nice, right? If everybody did it at the same time, then everybody would win.
But have you seen how many fucking foreigners there is here? Even if all the English don't pay, they've still got a revenue. It's more of like, it's a statement. It's a fucking statement. We're not happy. You're all going on like I'm really anti-tax. I'm not anti-tax. What I'm telling you is the taxes you're paying are being used against you. But taxes can fund stuff, Jim. They don't have to. They don't have to tax us in the way that they are. That's slavery. But at the end of the day,
Danny Dragon in the chat, he just said it's not a good point, and I'll tell you why. We should bring him on so he can explain it.
Where is he? Give him the link.
He's in the chat, English Constitution Party. Daddy's in the chat. He'll be able to explain it. He knows about that.
I've got to buy a thing quickly. Let me just buy it quickly and stop being.
Nah, you're bringing like one of my fucking heroes into the chat.
Well, there you go. Count yourself fucking lucky, Tom. It was worth it, mate. There you go.
I swear to God, Daddy Dragon is a hero of England. I understand. He's standing for the English who are being destroyed, and everyone's giving him loads of stick. He gets banned from the internet.
Tell him to wait. There, a minute. Upgrade.
The only people who stand up and say something for the English, they get nailed down. And that's why I think you're the shills, because you're fucking coming here to try and nail me down, and you'll never nail me down.
I just think that you're off your fucking head. However, I love the English. I love the Scottish. I love the Irish. I love the Welsh. Right?
Are you not
English? You know what? I could kind of understand why the Cornish want their independence because they're fiercely independent. I get that, right? But thing is, English alone, right, needs some support. That's why we used the Scottish before. That's why we used the French before. That's why we used the Irish. Well, Northern Irish, but you still get those two conflated, don't you?
Why are the Cornish fiercely independent?
Why what?
Why are the Cornish fiercely independent?
Well, because they believe we fucked them over, I believe.
Yeah, because the Saxons conquered the British, and forced them over to
Mate,
that side of
that's
the
fucking
island.
hundreds of years ago. Live in the fucking real world, you dumb cunt.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just telling you.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
the history.
it's this.
That's the history.
I know
That's
you're
the
talking
history.
names.
That's
I
the
know
history.
hang
The
on, Tom,
British,
hang on, because
the
this is
British
my
lived
ring.
in
This is
He's
Cornwall.
my
living in the
ring.
past. He's harping on about stuff.
Right.
Jim,
Okay.
Jim,
Everybody,
get control.
but it's the name calling, isn't it? That's going
All
to
right, I won't
elevate
call him a
us.
fucking C word.
Right.
We should just mute everyone and let one person talk at a time, because otherwise no one listening can understand
Can I
what's
just
being
get
said.
to paying StreamYard some money so I can get Daddy Dragon on as well, please, mate?
But
Yeah,
Can I just ask,
everyone
why are you so offended by me saying the Saxons conquered the
Jim,
British
Jim,
and forced them over there?
No, I'm not
Why
offended
is
by
that
it,
so
but
offensive?
Jim,
look,
It's a
I'm
fact.
not
It's a
offended by
statement
that.
of history.
You can leave, Jim. You can leave and bring him in. Daddy in. You can bring Daddy in and be on the outside, Jim.
How's that work?
You can do that.
Fucking, I'd rather just pay for it, mate. What do you mean? And then still get in?
Yeah, I'm sure people can do it like that. The host sort of just speaks. He speaks, but he just can't be seen. I think you can do that. I don't know.
Anyway, it's not the history that bothers me, by the way. I love our history.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is we're in such a fucking situation now. Let's not start going on about what happened 300 years ago. Let's fix now.
No, I just think it's bizarre that people who are not British call themselves British when they're actually Saxon English, right? And the people who are in Cornwall are fiercely independent because they are the British.
You ever done a DNA test and worked out exactly where your lineage comes from?
I'm not saying we should all bloody have a war.
But have you done it?
I'm saying that
have.
the government are enslaving you all.
Yeah, I agree.
The Cornish,
you're not going
the
to get
Welsh,
me to
the
disagree with that.
Irish. Right, all right. So what the fuck are you coming on here giving me loads for then?
Because you come up with dumb fuck ideas that's going to get a lot of people in trouble. That's why. And also, you're talking about I'm putting my name out there. I'm putting my face out there. No, you're putting fuck all out there, mate. I don't know what you look like. Nobody else knows what you look like. Where have you been? Have you been on the marches? Have you shook hands with Welsh? I don't think you have. Have you shook hands with anybody else? Where have you been? Exactly.
Not paying tax
from what I can gather. From
the thing is,
figuring out.
He's here on my channel though, isn't he? Because he's saying like that's the.
He's anonymous. He's anonymous.
That makes a massive difference. At the end of the day,
but that should be directed at me though, shouldn't it? It should be like, who am I?
No. You're not shooting your mouth. Yeah, you're not shooting your mouth off.
But that's
anyways.
what I'm saying. But I've given him the platform, haven't I? So all that shit should be directed at me. Because it is my face. I will put my face to what he's saying, though, is what I'm saying.
Right, exactly. So was it aimed at you? No, it was aimed at him because you don't put his face.
No, but you're missing my point. Yeah. But you're missing my point. Like where you're saying he's not putting it out there. He's not putting his face out there. I am for him.
Right, good. So nobody was talking about you about this.
Yeah, I know. But
no. Right. You're not getting it.
Jim.
I'm talking
nothing
to
do
him
with
about
you.
what he's doing, not what you're doing, right, Jim?
Right. Let me just get Daddy Dragon on this. So like, one sec. I'm just trying to do this now. If he's still there.
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't think you can do it while you're live because it's set up.
Can you not do it whilst you're live? No.
I doubt it.
If you upgrade, don't be like that.
How many can you get on normally? I mean,
6.
What is?
You get 10 on if you pay.
Oh, right.
All I think is it should be less arguing and more constructive thinking to move forward. Because if we're just going to throw insults at each other, nothing's going to get solved. And everyone's just going to get more divided.
100%.
Don't matter if you disagree or not. You've got to keep it a bit respectful, I think.
That's why
when you go and call me a government shill and try and close
the
entire right. And here's the other thing, right? If say for instance, people believed what you were saying, that's it. You're done. People ain't going to believe you, right? Now, how many times have people thrown about insults like he's a fraudster or he's a liar or he's a nonce? These are all things to get people out of the way because they just don't want them around. Now, it's the weakest fucking argument you've got when you can't prove something and you make something up like our little man here, right? So, never mind. But at the end of the day, I've been out there for years doing it, as well as you'll fucking testify. And
how come you've never been banned then? How come Daddy Dragon gets banned, but you don't?
What's Daddy
Dragon? Okay. Let me tell you what Rev did a couple of years ago. He rung me up a couple of years ago, right? And he said that he's deleting his channel, his YouTube channel. And actually, was I there? No, I wasn't there.
You were around. I had 52,000.
He had 52,000 on his account, and he was behind more brick walls than you can ever imagine. You'd get more traffic on a channel that had 3,000 subs than he would with his 52,000. And he actually deleted his fucking channel. 52,000
from scratch again.
And where are you now? You're back up to 53.
Well,
right?
52, well, I got a strike today actually for medical misinformation about the jab thing.
Okay. Well, Alan is another one. He had his 50-odd thousand gone. So it's, you know.
I've lost Twitters, I've lost Facebooks, I've lost all sorts. Is that any good for you? What do you want me to do? Fall on a sword?
Good evening, Daddy.
Graham, while you're here, explain why it ain't a good idea to not pay the taxes, because you said in the chat or something.
Right. First of all, before I say anything, thank you for inviting me onto your channel. Right. I've just come off of my Rumble channel, and I've been told it was an epic rant, talking about what's going on with elections and all sorts of stuff. Right. But I am on this channel with all my favourite people. Every one of you I have watched, and understand what you're saying. So. Steve, just a quick one. How's your slip-ons?
I'm never going to live this down, am I?
No, you're right. Right. So we was at an election. And and Steve's coming and he's standing in this election for UKIP. I'm standing there with the English Constitution Party, and I've looked down. He's got slip-ons on. I said, "Listen, you're telling me that people that stand for UKIP can't even do their shoelaces up?"
I had to lend a tie off you as well, didn't I?
Huh?
I think I lent one of your ties, didn't I?
Yeah, I think you did. I never got that. You've seen what UKIPers are like, really.
Fuck off.
Tatty, I remember that I first met you at the last and first hostel in Dover. Well, I turned up at godly hour of about 2 a.m. or something crazy. You were asleep in the multiple dorm I was in. It was like September 2020, like Kung Flu was like, you know, it was like crazy at that point. Well, everyone was like, no one was out, and we were all sharing like dorms, basically, sleeping in. Yeah, I slept with my dog, and my dog was sniffing you all night, waking you up and stuff, wasn't it? But yeah, we were in the same room. And what's funny about that is, you know, it was like £12 a night, isn't it? The government pays well.
Let me tell you something. That was one of the best Patriot nights I ever had. And I'm just going to say this, that you're right. You was sleeping opposite me in the other bunk, and as I woke up, you started talking, and I thought, because I hadn't seen you come in, and I thought, why is there a Welshman in my bedroom? So I've looked up, and then I see your covers moving, right? And I've gone, what's that? And he went, what? And it started moving. I said, that ain't a fucking sheep, is it? It's me dog.
Yeah. He was on my chest, sleeping on my chest.
Oh, it was funny. It was funny, but we was just having a laugh down there. And I like the way that people can take the piss out of each other without taking effect. I mean, I do it to a lot of people. People do it to me with my South London accent and ask me to come out with a line, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. At the end of the day, there is a serious issue. So, first of all, I will say this to everyone, right? I don't do what this other person who is Scottish, and I'm not going to say his name, I don't want to give him any credence whatsoever, but professes to have he's got a common law court, his own court, right? People have sent me stuff and said, look, I've got this court injunction. I said, that's not a court injunction. It's a website and he's charging you money for it. What are you doing, right? And then he gets people into trouble. And I recently had one where someone got evicted from their house, right? I'm going to tell you the story, but I won't name the people. They got evicted from their house because someone had told them, don't let anyone in. They've got no right to enter your property, right? Next thing you know, the bailiffs have come in, gone through the door with the old bill. I've turned around and I said, let me ask you a question. Are you a tenant? Yes. Did you sign a lease? Yes. With the council? Yes. I said, in that lease, without looking at it, It tells you that if they demand access to come and look your meter or to do inspections for electrical work, gas certs, everyone out there who rents should know this, right? Guess what? They got loads of letters from the council saying, we want to come in and do a gas cert. We want to come in and do an electrical test. And they hadn't answered the door. So they had gone back to the council. The council have seen they're on benefits for getting their rent paid. Then they think there's no one living at the house because the amount of times people have gone there and no one's answered the door. These people are not bailiffs. Next thing you know, they've gone all through the court process. No one's done anything. Old Bill's turned up. Bailiff turns up, drills the locks. His wife is homeless, all because someone gave them the wrong advice, right? And they listen to what they're listening to on the internet, and they read these websites and these fake judgments off of this. Whoever they think they are, I don't know. By the way, it is a criminal offence what he's doing. Why he ain't been nicked, I don't know. Probably because he is some form of shill, right? Because they want that to happen. They want people not to understand what their law is and what their rights are. Getting back to your question, Steve, why don't I advise people not to pay their council tax? I'm going to tell you all now. I don't pay my council tax.
Respect.
I don't own my own property. If you own your own property, I am telling you, if you owe £1 to the council, they can take you to court and they will automatically get a sale order on your house to sell it to recover that money, and they will do it, right?
So what if you're private renting?
Even if you're private renting, you're the one who's supposed to be. So if you're private renting, you could withhold it, but you're going to start causing yourself problems. They will start, if they take it to court, which they will, even though
not a real court.
It's a fanny court, right? It's not
a fake court.
Yeah, it is a fake
not
court.
A criminal matter, and you don't have to go. If you don't go, it's not a criminal matter. The police don't come and arrest you, Daddy. I promise you. I live this life.
Right.
I've never been to that court.
And nor have I. So I just want to make sure. Let me tell you something.
No, just let me finish.
Let him finish.
Go on. I've got a lot of respect for you.
So what I'm saying to people is, people get into all sorts of trouble because they do things that they're told to do by people on the internet that know nothing, that lead you to the edge of the cliff, and jump out of the way. And then when
that's not me, though. That's not me.
Gets in the shit,
of course it's not.
You start saying this common law is a load of rubbish when it's not, right? So what I stick to, and someone else said something about don't pay your taxes if you're working. Let me just say something. The government, the British government of this British Union brought in something called PAYE. PAYE means pay as you earn, and your tax is taken at source from your employer. Let me tell you that, right? The reason they did that was because you lost a weapon against them when they took that away from you. In the same way as when they took your guns, they took a weapon away from you. That's what happened. So people have to understand, we still have to keep and bear arms. We will never lose that right. Don't matter what the British say, but we need to stand up as the English to take that right back, and you will never do it all the time you're waving the Union flag. The Union flag and the British is a union. It is not, I repeat, not a country. The British Nationalities Act of 1981 was brought in the same as what Stalin did. Stalin, as the Commissioner of Identity in the USSR, erased everyone's identities and said, you are now a Soviet, right? That's what the British done with the British Nationalities Act of 1981. When you look around at all these people, let me just say this to you, right? In 2021, they did an ONAS survey, a census. For the first time ever, they put on that census, for the first time ever, they put English-only national identity. Let me tell you something, they didn't do it to do you a favour. They did it because they wanted to know the highest concentrations of English people in this country. And guess what? We give them the information. They then give 4 billion to the corporations to go and build refugee housing, and they're paying for the hotels in them areas to flood them areas with these people coming across this channel. That's what they're doing. They knew, because I worked for the company in 2016, what they was doing. They was paid 4 billion by the government to take on these military bases and convert them into these flats and into these units. And the reason I know is because I work for the company, right? I don't work for them anymore. I stood for an election. I stood for the English and I got sacked, right? So people have got to understand, there's a double-edged sword here. If you start having a pop at people because they're black, white, brown or yellow, you are playing the game of the British divide and rule, and they know it. You start having a go at a Scotsman, a Welshman, an Irishman, you are playing the game of the British, and they know it. They want you fighting each other. They want the working class fighting each other, because all the time you're fighting each other, you're not looking at them. They
Spot on.
are doing this to us, working class people. So the Constitution of England exists. It was removed from the curriculum in the early 1970s. Oh, hang on a minute. What happened in the early 1970s? Oh,
Didn't we join something?
The European, the EEC, right? But we went in unlawfully because the Bill of Rights states there is a supremacy clause, and it's still law to this day. It comes from a convention. It cannot be erased by Parliament, right?
Exactly.
Parliament is not sovereign.
Exactly.
Are you, Graham, are you standing again when the general election comes round?
Yeah, we've targeted four seats. Because, so that's another thing. Let me ask you all a question. And I'm going to ask you this question. How many of these people out there watching this now, how many of the people on this panel pay tax? I don't mean that in a rude way. Pay tax.
I don't pay a penny. I will not pay a penny to the British government. Who traitors.
Who pays tax? Who works and pays tax?
I work. I've got my own business, and I don't pay a penny to it.
I ain't got a problem with that. Apart from
I do.
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you aware that the British Parliament and the British establishment pay the SNP £1.2 million to their party, to run their party every year? Are you aware that they pay Plaid Cymru 240,000? Are you aware that they pay the Labour Party £7 million a year to be in opposition? Listen to me now. Are you aware that they pay Sinn Féin, the IRA, £100,000 a year of your tax money?
I thought it was more than that.
Exactly.
£100,000 a year. They won't swear an oath to the crown. I couldn't give a monkeys. I don't care if it's a republic or a constitutional republic or a constitutional monarchy. It don't bother me. As long as it's a constitution and a common law jurisdiction, we will be reasonably safe. But let me tell you now, these people are shafting you every single way you can think of. And people are fighting each other. I will wrap the English flag around anyone who is black, brown, yellow or white. As long as you stand by my side, and the English culture, the English laws. If you want to dare and subvert the English constitution, and by the way, to all these British parties out there, so-called nationalists, when you can't be a nationalist with a union, right? The union is the same as the EU, and it is the same as what the USSR was. The way you disband the power of the British and the globalists, because the British are the seed of the globalists, is you void in common law the Acts of Union. Their power is gone. An English Parliament returns, and we will replace it in York or Hull, right? And then Scotland Get on with it. But the people of Scotland will not vote in, I'm telling you, they will not vote in communists and Marxists because they'll realise we got no one to blame, right? Them people are clever enough to suss it. Did you all know that if you took the equation out and just looked at England, for the last 50 years, 70 years, you would never have had a Labour government. You would never have had a Marxism. By the way, all three British parties are Fabians. You haven't got a Conservative party. You've got Toryism. Toryism is a type of Fabianism, and Fabianism is Marxism. Who out there is a Fabian Marxist? Tony Blair, Keir Starmer, Sadiq Khan. They are all. We arrested Sadiq Khan in London. Yeah, Bill turned up. We bought tickets for the event, and we citizens arrested him. Do you know what for? Subverting the English Constitution.
So, Graham, what's your view? What's your views on like Asians that call themselves English?
English or British?
No, I mean, like, for instance, you get someone who's from India, their parents are from India, they've been born in England, they call themselves English. Would you class
I had a customer.
Let me clear something up for people, right? Let me clear something up for people. I didn't vote in these British parties. I didn't vote in their ideology to flood this country and destroy this country. They did, like it was done by these people, right? You have got millions of black, brown, and I'm going to tell you something else about black people in a minute. Black, brown, whatever. If a black man stands next to me, he speaks like me, he walks like me, I've got no problem in referring to him as English if he identifies as English and with my culture, right? As soon as he starts kissing through his teeth and walking with a limp and wanting to stab me, then he can go back to whatever country his ancestors come from. Because
see, my problem with that is, right, is the fact that we can't just pop up in India and say we're Indian just because we was born there. So they shouldn't have any right to say they're English because they're born here. That's just my opinion. You guys might think differently, but
let me just say this:
they get their right through the British passport, though.
I'd love to
they
stay
get their
around,
right
but I
through
got
the
work
British
at
passport.
4 in the morning, mate. I'm going to have to fucking chip out of this one. Have a good night, all of you lot.
See you later, mate.
See you later.
I wish I had tomorrow off.
Drive safely. Listen, you've got to understand something here. You can't stop what's gone on now. All this repatriation stuff is a load of bullshit, unless they're jihadists, right? Now, instead of talking about someone from India, let's talk about Pakistani jihadists, right?
This Pakistani and Indians are basically the same thing, though.
Right,
Whoa, 1 minute, Steve. The Indians would go fucking crazy at you.
They're
I don't care, mate. To me, it's the fucking same.
Pakistan's an invention of the English, isn't it?
They're
British.
They're
British.
Asian.
Oh, the Britich, my bad.
Their nationality is Pakistani or Indian. That's the way it works, right? Ethnicity is different to a nationality. Let's say something. I can't go to South Africa or anywhere on the African continent and say I'm African ethnicity, right? That can't happen. You can go to South Africa and say, I am a South African nationality, but ethnically, you are not an African. It is, let me think what country it was. One of the African countries, it's on the tip of my tongue, right? In their constitution, clearly states you cannot be a citizen of this country unless you are a Negro, right? That's what it says. That's not my words, that's their words, right? Pakistan, you are a citizen of Pakistan by descent. What does that mean? It means when you remove British citizenship from everyone, the union's gone, right? You return back to England, Welsh, Scottish, and Irish. The 50,000 jihadis that declare themselves as Pakistani British are no longer British, so they must be Pakistani. They're going back. No ifs, no buts. And if Pakistan don't want to take them back, you literally put the most heavy tariffs on anything to do with Pakistan you've ever seen, right? Trust me, Trump did it with Mexico. We should be doing that with France now.
What
right?
about the Eastern Europeans?
Hang on.
What about the Eastern Europeans, though?
What do you mean, what about them?
Well, it sounded like, but hello, nice to have you, by the way, Graham. I'm Jim's, my program that you're actually on. So I just thought I'd introduce myself.
Sorry,
yeah, no worries, you're all right, geezer. I'm just wondering, like, because obviously you're on about having an edict, so to speak, and I'm saying, like, is it only the Pakistanis we're getting rid of, or we're going to get rid of all of them? What's the crack here? I've sort of
Jim, you need to be. Listen, I'm going to say this to everyone, right? I've heard this from people before, and I'm going to say it. I don't believe that would be a correct action, whatever happens. But let me just say this to you: there's really good people out there, right, that love England and love us as English men and women, as white English men and women, and they want to live here in peace with their families, right? I ain't got a problem with that. And that includes some of the people. So I'm going to tell you what happened in 1905. There was a conflict in Russia, Prussia, around that area, Romania, funny enough, the Ukraine and all around that area. They started severely persecuting Jews, murdering Jews, slaughtering Jews. So the Jews started to come here. But instead of staying here, they was using England as a transport mechanism to go to America because America said, come here, right? We'll take you, right? That's what happened. The English Jews, and I'm saying English Jews because I've read the material and the speeches from the time, stood up and said to the Jews of Europe, don't come to England, we are full up. You are causing a cultural problem in London, we're not tolerating it. Jews then went from London to them hotspots and went to the synagogues and said, don't come to England, we're full up. Bypass England, go straight to America. Don't come here. We can't help you. There's not enough work for you. There's too much going on, and you're going to start causing problems for the rest of the Jews, right? Completely different to Islam. Islam comes here, and Sharia is a constitution. By wanting to deploy it, and the British allowing Sharia councils, right, and madrasas, I'm telling everyone now, mosques included, right? Our Bill of Rights forbids Sharia. Forbids Sharia. Why have these so-called British national parties never brought that up? Because they ain't got a cuckoo about the law. The rule of law is what counts in this country. And when the people stand with the English and reinforce and enforce their constitution, you will see us take back control. We will shut every mosque. I'm telling you, they will want to leave. You won't need to repatriate them.
But Graham, whilst you're on that point, sorry to interrupt, mate. Whilst you're on that point, you know, like the international treaties, such as the Refugee Convention, the ECHR, so on, they don't have no statute law in the UK, do they? They're not statute law.
That's not entirely true. There is an argument, but the British, again, are shafting us. And people don't realise the British have done the same as the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union put in place Soviet-trained judges in their judiciary. The Nazis did the same thing. Let me set the record straight, right? Nazis were socialists. They were on the left, not on the right. Nazis are lefties. And when you tell them that and you say to them, what does Nazi stand for? Oh, National Association of Socialists. So you're not a socialist then? Hitler wasn't a socialist, right? So let me just say this to you. You've hit a couple of really good points there, and I want to make sure, but again, I am more about the Constitution, about anything else. But we can take this country back, right? The way to do it is the rule of law. They want us fighting each other the British way of divide and rule. That's what they did in India. That's what they did in Africa. That's what they did in South America.
Yeah. Just for a clarification on my previous point then. So basically, everyone that's here, as long as they're abiding by the law and they're acting in a proper English way, in a proper way and that, then they're allowed to stay. But if they're trying to enforce Sharia law or any funny business, then they got to go.
It is illegal.
Exactly.
To have a Sharia council.
Right. So they've got to go then.
Exactly.
They can't be operating here.
Let me get back to my other point. So Steve has just said something, and you keep talking about the refugee declaration, right? I don't mind people talking about it, but go and look up, because it's on our website, the English Constitution Party website. Go to policies and you will see a document on there. It's called the Declaration of Indigenous Rights, a UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights. And guess what, people? We're indigenous. We're on an island. What's the difference between us and a Maori? What's the difference between us and a Canadian Indian and an American Indian?
So what's your thoughts on the demographics that's changing in the country then, Graham? Because obviously, like you say, we're indigenous, but we're ultimately going to become a minority.
We're not. The British government have already fucked that up. We're not indigenous. They've already said in 2009.
Just because they say it, don't make it true.
Yeah, but it does in law. It does.
Steve, thank you for saying that, right? Just because they say it, don't make it true. I'm going to ask everyone who's listening to this now a question, right? Do you think, I can't say it, I'm on YouTube. Do you think, that whatever it is that I'm sticking in there, right? And walking around like that, right? Like a complete clown, right? Do you think that's going to save your life and save your nanny and your granddad? Or do you think people are going, oh, right? I'm doing all the actions, so I ain't got to say it, right? There you go. Let me tell you something. If you think that what the government and the British tell you is true, I've got a bridge I can sell you, right? And I'm going to give you the sole rights to a toll on it, right? You're going to have it right off and we'll have a deal, right? There you go. If that's how gullible people are. Getting back to the Declaration of Indigenous Rights, I don't care what that Parliament says. That treasonous Parliament is not sovereign. We are. The Declaration, the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights, clearly states that we, because there was a UNESCO 1990, right, a legal panel sat to define, because the question come up legally, you must define a term. You can't just say it, you've got to define it in law. So they defined indigenous. Guess what, people? The English are indigenous. 927, this country was a country, right? Scotland, slightly before. Wales stopped being a country in 1536, right? Because the king absorbed the country into England. I ain't got a problem with Wales being its own country again. I respect that. I respect their language. Their language sounds beautiful. Their singing is wonderful, right? They are wonderful people.
You ain't heard Welshie sing.
In Wales, right? Let me just say that to you. But I want people to understand that we are a brotherhood of nations. We live on an island. We shake each other's hands as brothers in arms against others. We shouldn't be out there trying to invade people, destroy them and do all these things and destroy their economies. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a Marxist. I'm not a globalist. I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in my country. I believe in my people. That's it. And then when you say that to black people, brown people, yellow people, they say, I'm with you. That's why they come with us. We've got black people in the party. We've got brown people in the party. It's nothing. That's a very British thing to say. But people have got to understand something else. Who was it that stopped slavery? The English.
Yeah.
It was not the British. The British only got an Act of Parliament, the Abolition Act, after 20 years. Every year for 20 years, Wilberforce tried to get it through. The British Parliament said no. The next year he went, and the British Parliament said no. For 20 years, they had to trick the Parliament into passing it. That's what really happened. That's the truth. The people who stopped slavery were the English in 1762. And it was Stuart, a case where the black slave had been taken and he was on his way down the River Thames. He was on a slaver ship. They had a strap to the mast. And there was a layman in the common law that come from Durham. That means the name of that man was Neville Sharp. And what did he do? Granville Sharp, sorry. And what did he do? He went to the High Court with his own money as a white man, as a northerner, went in there and said, I need a writ of habeas corpus to get this man back. And the judge issued a writ of habeas corpus. He jumped on a faster ship and flew down the Thames, literally, right? They pulled alongside the ship, they got on with the writ and said, give me the prisoner. They had to untie him from chains of the mast. They put him on the other ship. The prisoner was crying and he said, thank you. As soon as they took them chains off, I was going to jump in the sea and drown. I can't go back to being a slave, right? They took him back to London. They fought for him. And in that case, it took 3 terms. So 3/4 of a year before the judge, who was British, but he abided by English law. And he said, under English law, you cannot be a slave. Free the black. That's what he said. Well, actually, his lawyer said it, but it was repeated in the court, right? They released him. From that moment on, just under 100 years later, the reverberation of that court case caused the Civil War in the United States of America. That's the real history of England. The English stood up and we freed the slaves. And do you know why we did that? Because we were slaves to the Barbary pirates who took our people from our villages in Cornwall, from our villages in Ireland. But they don't want to talk about that. When you show them the free history books on Twitter, what do? 12,500 followers. Someone started talking about slave representations. I said, what about mine? By the way, have a look at these 3 books, real history. They've all won literary awards. I've read all 3, know the full history, right? You're talking about a 13-year-old kid in Cornwall that goes out with his uncle on a fishing shop. He's not seen again until he's 33. He finally escapes, and he wrote a book, and it was the story and the tales of Thomas Pellow, and he tells you the real history of what went on with the slavery. Guess where Rule Britannia comes from? Because the English started getting the hump and said to the government, we want a navy. We didn't have a frigging navy. They started building warships. Then they started to attack the Barbary pirates. And then guess what? The Barbary pirates started to attack the American ships, the trading ships. So where did the American Marines come from? They got on the boats, the Marines, the Marine Corps, to protect their investment in their shipping and their people. That's what happened. Then they started attacking the Barbary pirates and then they got back in their hole, right? That is the true history of slavery. Yet, for some strange reason, we have a Black History Month, but they never tell you that in the Museum of Africa in London, there is a plaque on the wall honouring Granville Sharp, the man that stopped slavery. And he was an English northerner from Durham. That's the real history. In that museum, they tell you the truth. Yet there ain't a single person out there on our media, British, in our judiciary, British, in our police force, British. None of them will tell you the truth. That's the difference. I'm not here to tell lies to people. I study, and I have studied the constitutional laws and history of England for 30 years. I'm the only layperson that has ever taken the British court, British government, the establishment, the whole thing, right? Took them to the European Court of Human Rights. Ask people that are watching me now, they'll tell you. Because to save a 6-year-old girl's life, 5 at the time, right? Because the British wanted to switch her machine off. I wrote that case and I presented that case in the European Court of Human Rights. Guess what, people? I got that injunction. It only lasted a week. But all of the barristers and all of the solicitors that I know who are personal friends said to me, Graham, do you know what an achievement that is? People go through their entire legal lives and never have an achievement like that. You know why I had that achievement? Because I wanted, with every ounce of my heart, to save that girl's life. That's why. And that British establishment, that British mercenary court, ended up topping her. And at her funeral, the Church of England vicar said, take the English flag off her coffin. And her mother said, you touch that coffin, I will pick that coffin up and walk out of here myself with her. Do you understand? Who do these people think they are? The Church of England telling us we can't fly the English flag in our own church.
Disgrace.
Disgusting. I want to know when the English are going to stand with us. Stop this bullshit British stuff. Nigel Farage, anyone out there who's American will tell you, I'm going to say the word, you tell me what the word means. Benedict Arnold. Do you know the word Benedict Arnold? The man.
Yeah.
Do you know what he did? He betrayed George Washington and the United States of America. He took £10,000 off the British to betray his country. And he had to leave America. He come back to England and they shunned him. He had to go to Canada and they shunned him. And he ended up dying a pauper with his wife in England, and he's buried in an unmarked grave in Battersea in South East London, right? Because he's a traitor and he's a dog. Nigel Farage is a shield for the British establishment. Don't be under any illusions. That man is no good. The only way you're going to take this country back is if the working class of England stand together, and the North, the South, the West and the East stand together.
I agree.
Back. We get rid of regions. Regions are a European Union construct to destroy England. Once people understand...
Regions are coming, though. Regions are coming. These 20-minute cities and that, all this what's it called, the devolution of power. They're going to make this globalism, this idea for globalism, that they're going to chop up all the countries into smaller regions and run them locally. Yeah,
they're going to crown Charles as the King of Britain.
Go on.
They're going to crown Charles as the King of Britain. They're going to have a new British constitution, and it's going to be communist as fuck, socialist as fuck.
Exactly
from the UN, just like the Canadian one. You're going to have no rights. They're going to try and strip you of all your English rights. Charles will be crowned the King of Britain. He's the fucking King of England. That's fucking
exactly that. Listen, I had a job and I stood for an English party, not this party. I went away from them and created my own party because the people asked me to do it. Right? Our manifesto, which is relatively new in British politics, right? Manifestos are relatively new, right? Do you know what our manifesto is? The English...
Get out of the Union. Repeal the Acts of Union.
Yeah. No,
kick all the Scottish and the Welsh and the Irish out of our parliament, and we'll have a proper vote, and we will vote on our laws. Just like the English Constitution says, it says Parliament can only make laws. No laws made but Parliament by Parliament. And we've not had an English Parliament for what? Fucking since 1708. We've had other people sitting in our Parliament voting against us. We've got the SNP fucking sitting in our Parliament voting against us.
Listen,
like you say, they're funded.
We've got the English Bill of Rights, which come from the Declaration. We've got the Declaration of Rights, which is a separate thing. So it's belt and braces, right? Both come from the Convention, right? Let me just say this to everyone listening, right? We've also got the Act of Settlement. Chapter 4 of the Act of Settlement says clearly, right? It says this. The laws of England are the birthright of an Englishman. So what did the British do? They created the British Nationality Act, 1981, and took away your nationality as English so they could take all your rights completely. That's why you're pear-shaped. Let me tell you something. It's unlawful. Under the Declaration of Indigenous Rights, it is unlawful. We are Indigenous. Stand up for yourself, right? But don't go the other way. Let me tell you something now. Let me get back to the original conversation. And again, I apologise if I'm hogging up too much time here, right?
Nah, this is brilliant, Daddy. This is fucking what the people need to hear. This is why I'm here.
Right, so people have got to understand. You should see me live. People, that's why they fucking arrest me and drag me off. I got dragged off outside Buckingham Palace, didn't I? Petitioning the Queen. Listen, I'm just saying to you, Westminster magistrates gets nicked for petitioning Her Majesty the Queen. Can you believe it? All the tourists are there. It's me screaming, going, Constitution, that's what we stand for. The English Constitution. All the Americans are going, yeah, we love you. We love you. Right? It's like getting a USA.
Wait, let it 10-minute timer.
What? It gets to court, right? There's 30 causes, all with cameras on. Listen to
all
this.
British police.
Huh?
All British police.
Yeah,
the English don't have a police force.
No.
Just like they don't have an army or a fucking parliament.
They've brought horses in, right? Because we're petitioning the Queen outside, right? Outside Buckingham Palace. Legally, it actually says to use commitments or prosecutions against a person petitioning the monarch is illegal and pernicious, right? Let me just say that to you. That's what it says. That's the law. Send that to the old bill. Not interested. Gets to court. The judge says, and it's a proper judge in Westminster magistrate that don't take prisoners. He said to me, Mr. Moore, what do you rely on your defence? And I held up the Coronation Oath Act of 1688, and I held up the Bill of Rights of the English Bill of Rights of 1688. Both valid law today, right? You can't get rid of it. Held it up, and he went, is this going to be a constitutional argument? I said, yeah, it is, sir. Right? He said, we'll adjourn it. So they adjourned it for 6 months. 50 people turned up in the public gallery. They called the old bill when we've got the rule of law on our chests and the Magna Carta on our backs. And they've called in the riot squad, right? This is how freaky these people are, right? They're all standing there with their bash hats and all that. There's 50 of us. So the prosecution stood up. I've stood up, said the same thing. The same judge, has turned around to the prosecution, listened to this, and said to the prosecution, have you got any video evidence of this event? And she said, no, sir. The cameras were switched off. So the judge said, what? All 30 cameras were switched off. You've got no ET of it happening at all. Bearing in mind what they've done is illegal, right? She said, yeah. He said, okay. He said, can I see a witness statement? She stood up and she said, I'm sorry, Your Honour, there are no witness statements. Right, now I ain't put in a plea. I don't have to put in a plea, right? I said, where's my jury? And I'll put in a plea. If there ain't a jury, he went, this is the summary offence. I said, no. Right, I get a jury. Listen to this. So he looks at her and he says, so you've got no evidence, you've got no video evidence, you've got no witness statements from all these 30 police officers standing there, including the chief superintendent, 2 inspectors, and about 5 sergeants, right? And then all the constables. She went, yeah. He said, what you going to do? She said, we offer no evidence. He looked at me and he said, Mr. Moore, you are free to leave, right? The whole gallery erupted, right? And he shouted at the gallery, he shouted at them, this is not a pantomime. And one of my mates shouted back, oh, yes. Then the judge said to me, Mr. Moore, you have brought 5 witnesses. Not all of the people in the gallery, 5 witnesses. Is that correct? I said, yes, sir. He said, how much does it cost you in total? I said, £350. He said, prosecution, I am awarding Mr. Moore £350 in costs and make sure you pay it, right? And that was it. I come up, asked for my details and said, Mr. Moore, sorry, we're going to do that. And as I walked out, the bloke said to me, the prosecutor, he said, you know something, this is the secondary prosecutor. He said, them documents you've got there. I said, yeah. I said, the acts of the Coronation Oath Acts and the English Bill of Rights. He went, yeah. He said, I've been doing this job 22 years. I've never seen them. How disgusting. Right? And they did it on purpose. In early 1970s, they took the English Constitution out of the curriculum, so your kids and you don't know what your constitutional rights are. And then what they did was they removed it from the bar exams. So your barristers and your judges coming through the ranks don't know anything about your constitution. Why do you think they hated Lord Denning? Why do you think they hated Sir John Laws? All of the older judges who know that you have constitutional rights, right? And they kept standing up and saying, we haven't got a constitution. No, you haven't. The British haven't got a constitution. The English have. Because it's a nation. And we've got English common law jurisdiction in England and Wales. Let me just say this to you. Scotland is under Roman law. Do you understand that? It's a different legal system. They have administration law and they're trying to force it on the English. Why? Because they can control you. The common law allows you to be an individual and have power against the state. You are sovereign, not Parliament. And the Bill of Rights states that. It says.
Can I say something, Daddy?
Huh?
This is what I've been trying to say. You know, the state doesn't have any rights over us. We're the ones that are humans. We have the human rights, not the state. We have the right to say no.
We have something called natural law, common law. People need to understand where the common law comes from. The common law comes from customary law, right? Going back to ancient law, it's customary law. Her Majesty swore an oath to that. The late Her Majesty swore an oath to that. She kissed the Bible and said that she would uphold the customary law, the common law, and statute. That's why we've got a Declaration of Rights, which is still held in the House of Lords. It's still law. And it's got 27 heads of terms, right? That King William and Queen Mary swore an oath to. Her Majesty the Queen in 1988 spoke to both houses of Parliament, which is a declaration from the Crown, because it's both. She spoke to both houses of Parliament, right? And she said the Bill of Rights is in full force. And when someone wanted to go and sue one of the politicians, the Speaker of the House stood up in 1993, Betty Boothroyd, and guess what she said? I do remind and advise and warn the courts that the English Bill of Rights is still in full force, which means that speech within Parliament is protected. She was warning the courts, don't fuck with us, because we had separation of powers. What did Tony Blair do? Constitutional Reform Act 2005. Bash. We pick the judges now, right? We're doing this. We're doing that. Then he created a Supreme Court, which is unlawful. Our final court is the House of Lords, not a Supreme Court. America adopted our Constitution. The fight for independence didn't start as a fight for independence. It started because the British went over there. We all went out there as English, Welsh, Scottish, and a few others, right? In 1620, the Mayflower left Plymouth, went there, they wrote a little agreement out, and they lived by English common law, right? Less than 100 years later, the British created, because they had to, right, to protect themselves, the elites, right, the seed of the elites, right, these people that wanted control, that wanted slavery, that wanted to do all these things, that wanted their Illuminati to continue, right, they created the Acts of Union of 1706, 1707, which it basically is supposed to keep your rights intact. But they completely ignored that. For some reason, they've invented that they're sovereign. They're not, right? There's a separation of power. Let me just say this to you. The British went out there and they said, we want your guns. And the Americans, English Americans mainly, stood up and said, come and take them out of my dead hand, right? Pop, have some of that, right? And what happened? The redcoats got done because they're British wankers. That's why, right? Because proper working class people stood up for themselves and had a fight. And they fucking lost. And let me tell you something now. If we stand up and have a fight now, they'll fucking lose again. They attacked the Americans again. They attacked the Americans again in 1812. In 1820 in this country, right? In this country, there was a massive, massive trial. It was called the Creole Conspiracy, where a group of men, right, had conspired to blow up the cabinet. They was all rounded up, right? One of them just happened to be a black man, right, from Jamaica in 1820, who had gone to university in Edinburgh, and fuck me, where's my white privilege? In 1820, you got a fucking carpenter in an Edinburgh fucking university that then tries to blow us up. Fuck me, you can't make this up, right? Then there's a big trial. It's all in the papers. It's all out there. This is what these men did. Guess what, people? They got found guilty of subverting the English Constitution and were issued with the death penalty. 20 of them, roughly, right? 5 got the death penalty. The others got sent off to different places, Australia, Africa. Yeah, the ones who went to Africa didn't have a good time at all, I've got to tell you, right? They was used as a gun, right? But let me just say this to you. The judge passed down a sentence for treason to be hung, drawn and quartered in 1820. What the fuck happened? In the time from 1820 to now, what the fuck happened? Right, I'll tell you what happened. The judge lost his bottle and said, oh, don't draw and quarter them. Just hang them and cut their heads off, right? So they've topped them. They've hung them. There's pictures of this. They've hung them. Right, you can go and read that I have read the full transcript of the trial from the Old Bailey that is there now. Go and read it. It's beautiful history, right? And what happened? They hung them. As they took them down, they used a butcher's knife and cut their heads off. And as they did it, the working class people of London stood up and booed and hissed because we said, don't mutilate the dead. We're not animals, right? That's what happened. And again, I want to say to everyone out there, if you knew the English history, we have always welcomed foreigners. We have given them leeway to a certain point. But when you start attacking the English will fight back. We have always had the horn to warn each other that there is a villain or a vagabond amongst us, and the villagers come out. That's where blowing the whistle originally come from, because they would start to blow the whistle. In the old days, you could blow the whistle as an old bill, and everyone would come out, and guess what? Everyone had fucking guns. Why did they take our guns? They took our guns, right? In 1921 it started, and you know why? Because they come back like my granddad from the end of the First World War, who survived with their firearms. They went to Buckingham Palace in 1919 and they fucking rioted because they was being treated like shit. And they wouldn't have it. People don't know there was mutinies out there on the front because they could see what they was doing to them. When they come back here, they was terrified. 1921, they thought we was going to do the same as what the Russians had done to the Tsars in Russia. That's why they started taking your guns. It was fuck all to do with crime. There was no crime. Churchill said, by every door in every cottage, we need a rifle to defend these lands. The people of Essex, right? Twice they defended Essex from a landing by Napoleon. They run back to their fucking villages and their cottages, picked up their rifles and said, fuck off. Why are you shooting at them?
And now people cannot even not pay tax.
Yeah, talking about
if
Essex,
you're not even capable of telling the government to fuck off, yeah, you're not capable of defending your homes like you used to be able to.
What about Tyler? He was from Essex, wasn't he?
No, there's a good story, a great story, the Peasants' Revolt. So Wat Tyler didn't come from Essex. And by the way, the Peasants' Revolt didn't start in Kent. It started in Essex. It crossed the Thames, funny enough, right where I am now. If I walked out there about a mile, I'll be right at the spot where they crossed over into right where we are now, right? And then they travelled down into Kent, Canterbury, Rochester. They didn't break it. They got to Rochester Castle and they was holding someone, John his name was. And they went to Rochester Castle and basically said, let him out or we're going to fucking burn your castle down. And they went, stay there, we're letting him go. Open the fucking cell up, open the doors of the castle, and out comes John. John, how you doing? Nice one, son. Let's go. On the horses, all the way up to Blackheath. They sat on the edge of fucking London, and then they went in. Let me tell you something. They went to work. People come from Norfolk, Surrey, the north, the south, the east, the west, and they come in on London. And what did they do? They went in and they took up, they didn't burn their own fucking communities. They burnt their fucking communities, right? They started topping the people that was fingering their kids in their villages. These people, soldiers, the British, it
was the tax man, wasn't it?
Huh?
So it's just taking the wind out your sails and proper taking off your train of thought. But it's the people fingering the kids was the tax man, wasn't it? It was all over the tax man.
Yeah.
He raped his daughter or something like that, wasn't it?
He didn't rape his daughter. So the tax collectors went to the village in Essex, and then they started getting nancy with the younger women of the village, and they wanted to check and see if they were virgins. So they were sticking their fingers where they weren't wanted. So the people at the village, the men went, I ain't fucking having that. So one of the dads has come out with a fucking axe and gone whop, and his fucking head's gone flying off. And then the rest of the villagers have pulled out their swords. There was 4 left, and they said, come on in, whop, and done them and all. So then, obviously, they didn't go back. The others, they sent another load down there, and it kicked off, and they done them as well. People don't realise, do you know why pubs are called the White Hart or the White Feathers or the White... Does anyone know why that is? Because of the Peasants' Revolt. Because you couldn't have more... Listen, tell me if you've heard this before. No more than 6 people can be in any group anywhere. Anyone heard of that recently?
COVID.
Exactly. The ancient right of assembly has been outlawed.
You couldn't be in a group with more than 6 people, and if you was, you'd be arrested and potentially executed, right? So what they done was they put white hearts and white feathers and all that, right? So if the soldiers come to the boozer and open the door and there's 30 or 40 geezers in there, they'd go, nah, we're with the king. And when the fucking king's men shut the fucking door, they'd go, fuck up, you cunt, and carry on. Do you know what I mean? And then they was ready to go again. So excuse my language. But there is a lot more. I did do a big video about the peasants' revolt, and I explained to people, you've got to bring history to life, right? It isn't what they're telling you on the internet, and it certainly isn't what they're telling you on mainstream media, right? You are being lied to every angle, right? The only person who got everything right was JFK, and they topped him, right? Down in Runnymede, we had a dude down there on August the 31st, I think it was 2018. The old Bill turned up, right? People don't know this, but how many of you know that there is a monument to JFK at Runnymede? Do you know that we England gave America 3 acres of Runnymede land? They built a monument to JFK. It was signed off by the monarch and parliament. It's their land. When we stand on that 3 acres, we are covered by the Constitution of the United States of America. So the old Bills come up to us, right? And lucky enough, there was a couple of lads there from the army, a little bit SAS, and they was SAS, right? Get on our side, by the way, with us, standing with English constitutionalists. 3-armed old Bill come to see a load of people, again, supporting the rule of law. We did a big thing. It's on my Rumble channel. It's the first video. And you can see the old Bill come up to me, and then a load of our old Bill come up when we was actually praying for JFK and President Trump, right? But listen to this. Old Bill's come up there. So one of the geezers said, what are you doing up here then? And he said, the copper said, I've come to see what you're doing. He said, you're on American land and we're covered by the American Constitution. And he went, yeah, I know. They know that this is the case. So the geezer said to him, well, fuck off then and take your gun with you. Right? So the copper went, well, there's no way to be like that. He said, there is. You're not entitled to be armed on this land. Leave. Right? So the old Bill, 3-armed old Bill went, all right, trot it off, right? You just got to know how to speak to these people. But all I'm saying to people is this, right? Stick with the English Constitution. It's in black and white, right? Literally, if I showed you my card, right, my English Constitution card, that's the one I used to, I bet I ain't got one in front of me. This always happens. If you go to look for something, you won't find it. No, that's all the other stuff. Right, so you've got an English Constitution card, and it tells literally that you are a constitutionalist, right? Oh, you ain't going to believe this. I can't find my bloody card now. I probably fucking waved it at someone. Right, so on the back of that card, first of all, it says English Constitution Party with our emblem. And on the back, it's got the 7 main constitutional acts, right? Including the non-act, which is the Declaration. But basically, that's your rights. And again, the Act of Settlement says at Chapter 4, the laws of England are the birthright of an Englishman. That's it. They can't take that away from you. Right, even though they're trying to, right? But the reason they hate me is because I talk about the Constitution, I talk about the real law, I reference common law, and the common law is judge-made law. That's what the common law is, where the common law becomes the common law when a statute, a custom, or another common law judgment or precedent has been deciphered by a judge and he gives his judgment. That is the common law. The common law is the most powerful law of the land, more powerful than Parliament. And judges have the power, but they won't use it because they're gutless bastards. They have the power to nullify any law.
I knew you were going to say that.
Contradict.
It ain't that. I thought it's the jury that has the power to nullify the law.
No, they do as well.
Yeah. All right. All right. Sorry.
No, so if you want me to tell the story about the jury nullification, I will.
Please, if you've got time, I'm happy to listen to you all night. Go ahead, mate.
Right. So jury nullification. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you get nicked for something, whatever it is. You said no comment. Don't ever, ever say anything to an old bill. Let me tell you something now. They ain't on your side. As soon as they go to arrest you, and by the way, if they put cuffs on you without finding a little report telling you why, and there's only certain reasons why they can do it under the PACE Act, right? It's assault, right? Just let me tell you that. When you see them handcuffing old people that, you know, are hobbling on one fucking leg with a Zimmer frame, that's assault, right? Let me say, so you're standing in court, you said, no. Someone's saying they can't hear me. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, so it's not me. Right, so let me just say this to you. When you're in court, always ask for a jury trial. And I'm going to get back, if you want to know about another case recently, I'll tell you, right? Let me just say this to you. You're in court and they say you plead guilty or not guilty. Even if you don't plead, they now, since, I can't remember what the year was, but they enter if you won't enter a plea, they automatically enter a plea of not guilty, right? Don't say anything. You're better off representing yourself, and I'm going to tell you why, but you've got to know the law. In a court of law, what happens is you can turn to the jury and you can tell them everything that's happened. And then the prosecution will say all this bullshit about you. The police will get up and tell fucking lies about you. And you're talking directly to the jury, telling them as it is what's happened, right? But you can tell the jury, you have the power to nullify the law of Parliament. If you believe that you would have done the same thing as I've done, if you was in that position, then you must return a not guilty verdict. Now, the judge and barristers will say, you can't, no. If you've ticked the box and you've done something and it says it's illegal, that's administration law, right? Then you've got to, but a judge is not allowed to direct a jury to return a guilty verdict. They can only direct a jury to consider the verdict, or they can ask them to return a not guilty, but they are not, I repeat, not allowed to tell a jury. It's an immediate appeal. You will be released on appeal straight away.
Daddy,
the judge said to a jury, you must find him guilty.
Daddy,
you're out of it, right? But let me just say this to you. This is the process of making a law. It gets drafted by a bill drafter who is a legal professional, and that nothing in that law should conflict with your constitutional rights. But they don't do that. They're shafting us, right? Because you don't know what your constitutional rights are. I do, right? But you don't. Let me just say this to you. It then gets its first reading in the Commons. They're supposed to, this is their job, take out bits that infringe your constitutional rights. It then goes to the House of Lords, who's supposed to read through it and make sure there's nothing that infringes your constitutional rights. It then goes back for a second reading where they double check that it doesn't infringe your constitutional rights. It's then supposed to be handed to the monarch for assent. No assent has taken place in this country, England, since 1849. So how can a single fucking law since 1849 be law? Because it must have the assent of the monarch, right? But let's say all that process has taken place. It gets to a trial. That's the law. That's what's been agreed. That's what's been agreed. This is the common law. The judge says, Mr. Moore has done X, Y, Z, right? It says in the law he's not allowed to do X, Y, Z. But he's not allowed to say to the jury, you've got to find him guilty. So you stand up and say, if you was me, would you have done the same thing? If the answer is yes, then you must find me not guilty. It's called a perverse verdict, right? In other words, when, yeah, you have committed a crime, but we're not finding you guilty, right? Because we would have done the same thing. Good on you, bruv, right? The jury returns a verdict of not guilty. They have just overturned the monarch, the Lords, the Commons, and the draft. The bill, right? The drafter of the bill. They've also stuck their middle finger up at the prosecution and the judge. That's the power of a jury. The jury holds the democratic rule of law in the cradle of their hands. That's why it's so important. A friend of mine was beaten, senseless, and tortured for 20 minutes on video by two separate people in London. I then went through the evidence, looked at the videos. The old Bill, he never touched him, he never done anything, right? They'd handcuffed him, was stamping on him, was kneeing him, was belting him, was disgusting what they did, right? Gets to court, and the judge, right, so the COVID part of it got thrown out of court. So the constitutional argument that I put forward in Westminster Magistrates, people don't tell you this bit, right? So they said, we're going to discontinue constitutional argument, bang, right? So he's won that. The old Bill has only turned around and said that this fella, had assaulted him. We had all the video evidence. We had witnesses to say that weren't right, right? So he said, not guilty. So the magistrate there wanted to hear it. So he said to me, what do? I said, tell him you want a jury. You want to go to the Crown Court. So he said to him, I want to go to the Crown Court. The geezer got the right ump, right? He said, what do you want? He said, I want a jury, right? So he said, okay, with the ump. He said, what's your name? I said, Graham Moore, right? I didn't say Daddy Dragon. I just said Graham Moore, right? So he said, what? He said, you've got to be there. I said, you can't tell me to be anywhere, right? So anyway, we've gone, and they was demanding with this young fella that I turn up. It turns out they've got a barrister's strike on a few different cases. 6-old Bill, 3-day trial in front of a jury. 3-day trial. I wrote out his entire defence and said, all you've got to do is say that. You know them videos inside out. Get them to play the videos. We'll put them on evidence. We've done all that, went through all their hoops. He played the videos. The jury was looking at it. The officers had given evidence. The copper said, listen to this, he's on the floor, handcuffed, being kneed in the face. The copper's put his leather gloves, they're riot police, he's sprayed pepper spray on his leather gloves, stuck his leather gloves down the geezer's throat, ripping his head to one side. He's got burning sensations going down his throat and his face, right? Do you know what the copper said? He bit him. So he's put his glove, his hand, with pepper spray in his mouth and said that he bit him. There was no evidence of a mark on his glove. There was no mark on his hand, nothing whatsoever. And guess what, people? His camera weren't working. But lucky enough, citizens' journalists' cameras were, and we had every bit of it on camera. Every bit of it. 2 different angles, 2 different people stood up and said, you can have this evidence and we will give evidence in person, in truth. What happened? 3-day trial. He went through it. The judge started to argue with the prosecution over one of my legal, lawful points. The fella's come out and he's rung me up. Charlie, his name is. He rung me up and he went, Graham, he said, I don't know what's going on. He said, but the judge is having a proper tear-up, a row, a legal argument with the prosecution. I said, what about? He said, over them bits you've put in the defence. He said, but it sounds like the judge is on my side. I said, he will be. I've just literally stuck his arm behind his back. And he went, oh, this is fantastic. I said, just keep cool, son. Go back in there, pretend you're in a ring. He's a fighter, right? Goes back in there, and I said, just breathe. But when it comes to you talking to that jury, imagine you're in the ring, right? All I want you to do is show no fear and speak to them people like, you know, you got your suit on, just say, listen, I haven't done this, bang, bang, bang. Tell them everything that happened and say, listen, this is the equivalent of a copper punching me in the face and then saying to me, I've assaulted him by throwing my face at his knuckles, right? They've said, so the judge, listen, he has brought up torture. The judge has then said to the jury, I'm going to put these 3 things to you, and one of them is, do you believe that he was tortured? Do you believe that the police officers have acted outside of their authority as police constables? If your answer to that is yes, then he is not guilty. They've gone out. 20 minutes later, they've all come back. The judge said, have you got a question? I said, no, we've got a verdict. He said, could you read your verdict? It was unanimous, not guilty. The kid's come out, and I've still got his recording on here. I've never played it to anyone. He was crying his eyes out. 3 days of stress, months of waiting to get the call. Not got a single conviction, worked all of his life. And that's what they did to him. But I was pleased. I'd given my services to an Englishman, a countryman, against the British terrorists. And that is what they've done to us. They terrorised us for 2 years. And I had the opportunity to represent him as a Mackenzie friend, and that's exactly what I did. And let me tell you something, not only was he brave, he kept his head, he went in there, he weren't fighting in the ring, right? He's a jiu-jitsu expert. He never took liberties with the old bill. He never touched the old bill. He is one of the most, anyone who knows professional fighters, I used to fight when I was younger, a boxer, right? Anyone who knows, not professionally, but anyone who knows anyone who's trying to have a fight, right? If you know what you can do, you are completely calm, you get your breathing right, you get your balance right, and you literally just chill, right? Because that's the way, that's how you win a fight. You don't win a fight by losing your temper and acting like a complete dick, right? So he was all calm. He went in there, he spoke to the jury, bang, nailed it. The judge at the end of the case said to him, Charlie, blah, blah, he said, you represented yourself in an honourable way. He said, you've gone up against a prosecution with 40 years experience and a judge and got a unanimous not guilty. And he said, well done. And that was it. He come out, he rung me, upset and everything. So he said, what do we do now? I said, we fucking sue them, right? So now there is a case going through. He said, what do you think I'm going to get? I said, listen, when you start talking about juries and you put to the jury about being tortured, and the judge was the one who said it in the summing up and put it to the judge, and you got on an unanimous not guilty, they're going to pay you at least 100 grand, right? And if they don't, we will keep going through the fucking courts until we get every fucking penny of them, right? And that bastard that said you bit him, we want his fucking pension. Guess what, people? He retired a week before the trial. That's what happened. All I'm saying to you, and I'm not blowing my own trumpet, I love the law, right? I've got books that are hundreds of years old on my bookshelf, real English law books. I don't invent things, right? When I come out with things, people go, where the fuck did you get that from? And then I get the book out. As soon as you do that in a court of law, the judges are like, whoa, hang on, can I have a look at that book? Right? You know, and they look at it and go, oh, it's written in law. Oxford, I believe it was. This is constitutional law. Right? But the older judges get it, the younger judges don't. But let me just say this to you. And I don't want to, what I'm saying to you is, I will never do anything to lead you to the edge of the cliff and stand out the way. I will be standing with you. Everything I've done against the police, from arresting Sadiq Khan to being arrested outside Buckingham Palace to, you know, all these different things they've done. There was a massive one in London where they tried to arrest me. People will tell you how much they was coming right in my face, and I was completely calm, right? They hate it. You know, and especially when a chief superintendent, and I said to the chief superintendent, right, he's got all these little monkeys around him, and he said that to me, and I said, constable, blah, blah, blah. And he went, I'm not a constable, I'm a chief superintendent. I said, there is only one rank in the police, the rank you swear an oath to, which is as a police constable. Your internal ranking system is nothing to do with the public, right? Well, there was a sergeant, a lady sergeant. She actually started laughing. She got like that, she turned around. She knew I was right. Again, warrant cards. A police officer can't arrest you unless he's got his warrant card on him. What? It's not the uniform that gives him authority. It's the warrant card. That's what they get given. It's a warrant. they haven't got that. They can't do anything. That's why plainclothes police officers have to carry it. But even uniformed have to carry it. As you know what to do and what to say, that's what happens. But again, remember, I stood for another political party. Badly, they let me down. I will never stand for them again. I consider them to be British, not English. But the true English are standing with us now, and we're all nice people.
Who did you used to stand with?
The English Democrats. But they are not what they say they are. They are British.
You stand with my boss.
Huh?
You're going against my boss.
You what?
Who gave me my press pass?
Yeah. No, your press pass isn't from the English. Isn't from the English Democrats. It's from the Workers of England Union. The union is different. The union is a separate. So I'm a registered English journalist.
Let me just get in here before we go any further. I'm out of here, lads. It's been a good one, actually. Thank you. It's been very informative. And I'll catch you all later. Nice one. Nice one, lads.
See you later.
Cheers, man.
See you later, Wilson. That's it. But if anyone's got any questions, they want to know anything, all I'll say to you is the common law and the English Constitution, the statutory Constitution, and I'm talking about going right the way back to 1250 when our first Parliament actually arrived, the Statute of Westminster. It gives you rights. The Magna Carta of 1215 is still a valid law. Why is it? Because, and again, they'll come out with another argument. They'll always find some silly way of trying to say, no, that ain't right? Let me tell you something. Parliament can't repeal something when that entity existed before Parliament. It can't repeal something it's got no jurisdiction over. But someone else then turns around and says, oh, the Pope annulled it. No, he didn't. The Pope at the time was a tyrant, right? That's rubbish. The Magna Carta 1215, the original, is still in full force. And let me just say this, what they said on it and what was sealed, because it was never signed, I can tell you that it says in perpetuity. It means forever. Anything that says in perpetuity on there at all, right, means it's constitutional. It can't be changed. That's the way it is. Now, Parliament thinks it's they give a ruse to say that they Parliament is sovereign. They are not sovereign. They are being misinstructed. If you go back and look at the original laws, including when we was a republic with Cromwell, if you look at the constitutional document, which was from the Protectorate and the Commonwealth, which is what he created, and John Lambert was the general that stood beside him when they was in the English Civil War. They created and they made that particular document. Only lasted, I think, about 12 years or whatever it was. But Article 33 of that document clearly states that Parliament cannot make a law that interferes with your liberties, the liberties and freedoms of an Englishman. That's what it says. And if you do create such a law, it is void. That's it.
Graham, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on.
Is you say about the English Constitution and the laws and that. Now, George Washington was part of the elites, what came from England to what started that constitution. So how do you think then that they're not part of the elites and would shaft us?
Oh, right. So first, well, it isn't constitutionalists in America that are causing the problem there. They're trying to get back to.
Yeah, but you said they took our constitution.
Oh, they didn't. So they borrowed. So we haven't got a codified constitution, but we have got a written constitution, and it is bound by oath. That's the way our constitution works, and it's described as a common law constitution, right? The Americans, bearing in mind, we've been going for thousands of years in total, right? And then everything from 927, including customary law, common law, and then statutes. That is basically how our constitution over time built, right? When they went out there and they did it, it was it's on the tip of my tongue. Cook, right? He turned around, Sir Edgar Cook, but also someone else out there, John Locke, that he knew the law and they had created this constitution, basically, and then they codified it, but it was after 1776, right? But when they had and they'd sworn it in and said that is our constitution, blah blah blah, that's it. So they had a codified constitution. They had it stated in black and white. There you
cheers, Jam. Cheers, Jam.
Sorry about him. He's noisy. You're right, Graham. Oh.
You can turn him down a bit, Jim.
I've muted him. I can't edit his
thing. Your sister.
Who's that?
Joe, turn yourself down a bit. You was loud.
He's done it now.
Yeah, look too low now.
So the base of it is so
yeah,
what you're talking about.
Sorry, mate. Carry on.
You've got George Washington. So George Washington was basically, how can I explain this? Right, you had a group of people called the Whigs. So in America now, you've got Republicans. The Republicans were originally Whigs, and that's why they're called GOP. GOP stands for Grand Old Party. And they're the original constitutionalists and the English constitutionalists come from England, and then they built America in the mirror image of England. That's why it becomes so successful. That's why I always say to people, to love Texas is to love England, and to love England is to love Texas. They fully adopted English constitutional law. Even the magistrates and barristers pick someone up from this country and drop them in Texas, and they could operate the same way, right? So people need to understand that. What caused the problem in America to do with the Civil War was Benedict Arnold. But Benedict Arnold had a bird slipped into him, right? Who was a lot younger than him, and she was basically British, and she was the go-between. And then he got 10 grand. He felt, I don't know, whatever, but they were both Masons, right? Freemasons was a bigger thing then, and there was an oath to brothers. So he had betrayed Masons. He had betrayed a brother by doing what he's doing, and that's why they all shunned him. But there was quite a few of the founding fathers that were Freemasons. So Freemasons believe in a great architect. They won't typify it as God, Jesus, or whatever. But within lodges, English lodges especially, you have chaplains, and they are basically Church of England. They're not Catholic. They're Church of England. So, I mean, again, I'm not a Mason. I don't know the inner workings of that. But you get good people, you get bad people everywhere. But basically, they codified the Constitution in a format, and then just after that, there was an issue. I can't remember exactly what the details.
I've got to interrupt. I'm sorry, Graham. I've got to know whilst it's in my head. So, are you trying to suggest to me that the globalists ain't some sort of Masonic sort of thing? You don't reckon it's a Masonic thing? They're not involved with that.
I've no doubt some of them are. But what I'm saying to you is, if you know someone, I know a Freemason. I know quite a few of them. They're just like me and you. They're not. They're in an all-male club where they go and have a beer with their mates. They go through their,
It's not that though. It's not that though. It's secrets and lies, and it's not allowed. They don't talk to their own family members about what goes on in them places.
Jim, the more money you've got, the higher you're growing there.
Graham, I was enjoying this. That was a shame.
Kenneth, you remember the gangster Kenneth Noy? He was the Grand Master at Hammersmith Lodge because of all the money you piled into it. So, it's obviously the more money you put in the Masons, the higher you'll go up.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be about philanthropy and all the rest of it. But I'm sorry, I must be like what they call a conspiracy theorist or something. But I think it's all with the way that history is and like everything you're going on about and like building civilizations and being architects and what they think. I think they're all involved in
so without getting involved with the Masons and that element of it, right? Because I believe that part of that element is a ruse, right? There without any doubt, there is an elite that are controlling us, that are the puppet masters, right? Without any doubts whatsoever. To say they're linked to a particular religion is wrong. And the reason
that's what it is, though. It's esoteric Kabbalistic teachings. That's what Masonry is about.
Well, so again, I mean,
you can read their books, though. This is the thing. It's not like I'm just some nutter like talking shit. There's 33rd degree Masons that write books about this sort of stuff, like Manly P. Hall and what's the other one? Aleister Crowley, for instance. And they tell you this sort of stuff, you know.
Right, let me just say, let me see if I can find this other book. There's a book here that I've got. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got a book here, and it was written in 1985. Not long after he wrote the book, the geezer, and he tells basically the whole story. He was killed. Do you remember when the geezer got topped and they found him hanging under Blackfriars Bridge?
Nah.
Hungarian. They called him God Spanker. He worked for the Vatican. Right. Well, I know a Mason very well who said they found rocks and bricks in his pocket, and he said it was Blackfriars Bridge. And they found him hanging. He said, I can tell you that was a Masonic ritual. So whatever he had done to betray that whether they framed the Masons or whether he was a Mason. But I've also,
But that in itself should be like alarm bells, no? What do you mean that's a Masonic ritual? Like,
let me just say to you, so people probably can't see that, right?
Yeah, one second. Let me make you big.
Right. So I've got books in. Like I said, I've got old books here, right? That one there is the United Grand Lodge of England, Constitutions 1970, and that is the Masonic Lodge of England. That is the Grand Lodges in London, right?
Yeah.
That's their constitution. So don't forget, I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not a Mason. Someone said to me, would you be interested in that constitutional book? I said, yeah, I would. And all it is a set of rules and laws that they run by. Well, there isn't anything in this that tells me that they're bad people, but that doesn't mean that a particular lodge with a group of people with a conspiracy amongst them doesn't exist. Of course it would, but it would exist. It could exist. It could also exist in, I don't know.
Sorry, I've got to interrupt. Sorry, I've got someone backstage. I've just realised he's saying he's Australian lawyer, and he looks like he's in an office. To be fair, that's what actually tweaked my interest. I've got to see what he's saying quickly because I don't know who this chap is, and we're gonna Joe. I'm gonna take you out for a minute, but I'm gonna bring you back in. All right, Joe Bowden, Jim Bowden.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Hey, yes, buddy. What have you got to bring to the table quickly whilst you're sitting in the background?
That's well put. No, that was just interesting. Listening to the gentleman, Mr. D, it brings back a lot of memories. When I was studying.
Hang on, let's make you bigger. 1 second. Where is he?
History.
This one.
I'm going back 30 years now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Have you got the stream on in the background, didn't you? You need to turn the stream off in the background.
Turn YouTube off.
Is that better?
You need to turn YouTube off. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
I can't.
No, he ain't. You got to turn YouTube off.
Just a minute. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but there's an echo.
No. I was just listening. I'm in my chambers, just listening to the conversation. There was a lot of constructive things said by Mr. DD or Graham Moore. But again, again, trying to be sort of critical. There were a lot of holes, if I can put it that way, not told. But anyway, I'm not here to conduct an English history, constitutional or legal lecture. But one of the things which we studied first year in law, I'm going 35 years back, is English legal and constitutional history. And that's all I've got to say, basically. But I don't know.
You've come on here, Mr. Jim Bowden. You've come on here to tell us there's holes in his argument, but you're not going to tell us where the holes are.
Well, no, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to troll anyone or,
it looks like
criticize. That's
to
the
be
easiest
completely
thing
honest
anyone
with
can do. But I've.
Right, so this is just one of the books. There's a series of these of 3, right? Let me just show that to everyone, right? And I've got a shelf full of these books. This book is over 100 years old, I think it is, right? It's Law and Custom of the Constitution. It was written by Sir, whoever it was on the screen there. The reason
has he gone already? Is he? Where's he gone?
He's back. He's backstage. I just clicked the wrong button.
Yeah.
So the reason these books are important.
He's like, look, I've got loads of books.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, the British.
He's just Sorry, Graham. Sorry.
The real English Constitution. They try and make the Parliament. Sovereign, and it isn't. There's some really good people in Australia, and I'm going to give you an example with New Zealand. Right, there was a case. Bring it up. It's on my computer now. There was a case in New Zealand, and I think it was in 1985. And basically, there was a problem. There was another problem that happened in. It might have been 75, but there was another problem that happened in Australia where they took down the whole Parliament from the Governor General on behalf of the Queen or whatever, and it caused a massive constitutional issue in Australia, right? But in New Zealand, they had another issue where the Prime Minister went out and said to the people, right, on a press conference, I am instituting a new tax on the people, and it is. We're going to bring this new law in, and it's going to be law by Monday, right? Not going through Parliament. It's going to. That's what I'm saying. I'm the Prime Minister. We're doing that, right? One bloke stood up. I don't mean literally stood up, but stood up and said, "You can't do that. That's against the English Bill of Rights." And the Prime Minister said, "Well, too late. We've done it." He said, "No, you haven't." So he put the case, and it went to the Supreme Court in New Zealand. And they looked at the case, and the judgment was that the English Bill of Rights is in full force. And Article 1 states that you cannot have a pretended law. And the way that you have done that is a pretended law. And therefore, what you have said is being struck out by this court. And that happened, and I've got a case on my computer, I can bring it up and show it to you. Now, we use that law because it's a Supreme Court reference in New Zealand. I can use Supreme Court references in Australia, the same as the Australians can use Supreme Court reference from our Supreme Court. And often the Supreme Court in the United States of America, and in particular with the right to keep and bear arms, refer back to the English Constitution and the English Bill of Rights, and it actually goes back because it was a customary right and very powerful, and they can't take your right to keep and bear arms. They have done it as policy, right? And they're not allowed to do it. And if we was to stand up like the Americans do for the English Constitution, you could all carry firearms tomorrow, right? Obviously, you need to get. I am a Class 1 marksman, right? You need to go out and get your own training. You need to, and again, it builds an industry up. But firearms makes a much politer society. You can protect your home. You can protect others, etc., etc. There ain't an issue with guns. There's an issue with the state being in charge of the violence. If they are the only people that can be violent towards you, so our police officers now carrying, I can tell you another story, now carrying batons, gas, guns, machine guns, body armor, walking around like robo-cops. Just go back and look 40 years ago to what our police officers were then to what they are now. And you'll understand that they have took control when they are not allowed to.
He's got red tape round his bits of work.
Can I just say a word if I can interject, because I can't stay long. Is that okay?
Please, yeah, Mr. Bowden, feel free. Can you not hear us?
First of all, I've got to say one thing. The beauty about common law, which we have, there's about 15% of the countries in the world have English common law. The fantastic thing about that is countries like England, Wales, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, South Africa, Israel, of all things. Anyway, that's another issue. I won't go there.
Interesting.
Have common law. The beauty of the common law is the presumption of innocence. The continental civil law, which is Napoleonic or Roman law, a lot of people like Scotland, for example, and all that, it's administrative. It's interjecting onto or attacking our law. One of the things, for example, England moving, not England, I think it's England who moved out under Farage from the continental EU law is saved the common law, I think, in my opinion. And that is the beauty and fantastic thing for preserving the whole thing of people being free. In terms, we're talking about constitution, we're talking about human rights, etc., etc. But unfortunately, with the modern technology, surveillance, George Orwellian in 1984, which is creeping into our society, Western society. Excuse me, I just turned this off. I got an incoming call. Unfortunately, the situation is at the moment that our way of life is continuously changing, and I don't want to be conspiratorial, but Big Brother is impeding on our lives. Now, I'm probably the only lawyer without a mobile and without a watch. No watch. And there's a method in my madness. I simply just want to be off the grid. You might be calling me very funny, strange, or whatever, but I just want to be alone. I don't want to be part of this so-called progressive world, which I think is detrimental to everyone, including the next generation. Now, I've got 3 or 4 kids. One of my children is in London, of all things. I haven't seen him for the last 3 years because of COVID and so forth. And he is of the same opinion. He works in London. Anyway, well, I sort of went on a tangent a bit, but the point of my saying is what we have to be concerned as the public. We've been inundated with all sort of false news or fake news or whatever you want to call it, continuously, living in some sort of suspension all the time. So we can't think clearly and objectively and think outside the box, I think. And that is what is the thing which is I think which is sort of constraining our thought. Our language is being controlled and so forth. Again, if I go on in politics a bit, if I look at politics now, the political correctness, they collect, you know, they label you all sorts of things. They've got labels for all sorts of groups and people. And the other thing is, which I think, which is no one wants to talk about, it's an elephant in a room, is multiculturalism. Europe, America, Australia, and all the Western former Christian, whether Catholic, whether Protestant or Orthodox, are being. We are not marrying. Our children are not marrying. The mortality rate is at all-time high in terms of suicide. No one is talking about the pertinent issues, I think. Or if you want to address them, you're being extremist. You're being labeled, you know, fascist, Nazi, extremist, radical, dissident, whatever. They all got labels. What that means is, I don't want to have a discourse with you, and that is the crux which I see around.
You know who does all that though, don't you? You know who's stopping everyone from having discourse.
In sociology or political
It's such
science.
a lag. You can't hear us.
I'm doing my spiel well, but just to finish up, because I've got a client to see. I'm very. I'm not very optimistic. I'm very pessimistic, unfortunately.
He sounds South African.
Of the view, I'm sort of right-leaning, I suppose. So, but
listen,
when I used to be a young student way back, I used to be a Marxist.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that.
Yeah, fuck that shit, man. Fuck that Marxist cunt, you cunt. Fuck that Marxist cunt. You had me in the bag for a Marxist cunt. I kid, you kid, Patsy kids it too, motherfucker. Big up the joke here. By the way, the T-Borough boy is the joke here. That is the white cat man. I want to talk to Graham, actually.
Oh, this sounds interesting.
Yeah, Graham, because you like
hang on, fucking hell.
He made such analogies before about Scots law being the youngest law rather than the oldest home nation. Aye, the oldest law known to man. Aye, and the fact that it's your English law. It's your fucking English law, bro. It's your Axie Parliament that never existed in Scots law until the Stuart King came down.
Right,
and you fucked him up the arse and fucked him out, bro.
Right. I'm sure, Joe, I'm sure you've got a valid point to make, and I'm sure everyone would be keen and willing to listen to your valid point that you're trying to make. We just got to tone it down a little bit, and everyone can get on the same level and the same wave.
Yeah. But I've been sitting watching, man, for about fucking 2 years, you cunt, man. You know I've been back for 2 years. I've been like itching like a fucking motherfucker. Nah, man.
Right. So what's your?
Bring up the article in the Joining the Crowns, because that's the only reason every English person can get out paying a gas and electric bill like Joe's done for the last 11 grand. Because in Scots law, you have a right to hot and cold running water. How you heat that water, the Council of Elders need to finance. And in Scots law, the Council of Elders, as the Scottish Government, has no tax raising powers, which means that Joe's not paid it for 10 years. Bish, bash, bosh. Would you like to make your own local authority, your own council, pay your gas and electricity bills? You could use the same thing Joe uses that's been to a Scottish court, i.e., Falkirk District Court, Camelin Sheriff Court, twice. Once for the monies, they never got a penny, but the Scottish Government paid them, right? The second time for a prepayment meter, but the sheriff had to agree that would make Joe susceptible for paying unliable charges. For example, how you heat your water. Now, we have a little mad thing because we've got Scots law, English law, article Joining the Crowns, right? Scots law says you're entitled to hot and cold running water. An article of Joining the Crowns actually admits that a Scotsman's rights must be afforded to an Englishman, Englishman's rights must be afforded to a Scotsman. All right? But here's the funny thing, right? We all get smart meters now, and you would think the smart meter would know the difference between your combi boiler or your gas cooker and your lights or your immerser, how you get hot water, electricity, or gas. But unfortunately, because the English law, English Axie Parliament, where meters have to be metered.
Well, let me finish.
I'm almost finished. 30 seconds, I'm done, Graham. 30 seconds and I'm done, Graham. 30 seconds and I'm done, Graham. 30 seconds and I'm done, Graham. I can keep saying 36 I've done Graham. And
You
and
just
can
carry
keep
on
saying,
wearing your
but
fucking
the
shirt
English
up there.
actually Parliament dictate that they're
Listen,
not
you
allowed to
just
bill you for your non-liability. That
Fucking
means that
ruining,
the
Daddy.
Scottish government pays Joe's gas and electric bill
Ruin
because they're
that
the council
cunt.
elders, and all
Right,
you
what
mugs,
happened?
you
What
pay these
happened?
bills,
What happened?
and I can
Joe,
produce
Joe,
11 grand
Joe.
gas and electricity bill right now. What's your
Joe.
11k of gas and electricity bill, and how this ex-British fucking forces,
This is
first
fucking
battalion of
hilarious.
Scots, utilises the acting of the Crown and Scots Law for the major benefit of these things that Graham says you cannot get rid of unless you do certain things. But here's the thing, I've been doing it for 10 years, mate. Right, I'll get my bill. I'll get my bill. I'll get my bill and shut
Thank you,
you up.
Mr.
I'll get my
Bowden.
bill and shut you up.
Thank
I'll
you
get
for
my
having
bill
me
and
on.
shut you up.
Send me an email. I would like to talk to you further.
Thank you for having me on, all right? Next time.
I'll show you the
Send
bill,
me
Kev.
an
I've got the bill
email.
right here, mate.
Thank
11
you.
grand bill. 11 grand bill. Scottish Power bill. Yeah. EH, Edinburgh postcode. Home nation of the Scottish Power SSEB.
Edinburgh's English.
Yeah, I'm fucking English. My name's Hayward, you fucking mug, yeah? My family defeat the Scottish, you fucking mug.
Joe, you can't come on here calling people names and that. I know Rev and Tom had a little bit of a thing earlier on, but this ain't that sort of place. We don't come on here and call each other names. We call the Marxist names, don't we?
Mugs are
Exactly
cutthroat.
right. But
Right.
let me just say this here. This is typical of
Them
of
sweaty
the
socks.
British of indoctrinated people in Scotland who think.
Oh, fuck off, you cunt. You think I'm a fucking Nicky Sturgeon? Fuck off, you cunt. First time roll Scottish, you cunt. First foot, right your leg, nine. Yeah, 2502, 1418. Yeah, I'm a fucking British cunt. I'm a British cunt.
Oh,
I
I'm
ain't
thinking, man, I'm a fucking Matthew boy.
Talk of my job. I'm the first battalion roll Scots, right your foot, right your leg, the oldest regiment known to man. Until we got the Spanish so you can be your old bullshit English cunt.
Yeah.
Aye. For real,
Yeah,
for real.
well, whatever you're on, ×5.
Oh,
Yeah, act a patriot, bro. You done me a favour, bro. Because I'm the guy that asked you 10 times for 10 quid donations a long time ago, right? To go specifically on that M1 shit, yeah, but we're all leaving. Yeah, you got asked 10 times, didn't you? Go to the Scottish vehicles and watch the Mad Turks crew disappear. Know what I mean? Big up the Borough Boys. Big up Hodjo, big up Stretch. How you doing, troops?
Am I talking to Nicola Sturgeon?
No, you're talking to Derek Hayward. You're talking to Paul Hayward and John Hayward's wee brother, Nadia Begbie's arsehole for the army. Or, as people might know, George Begbie was Nadia Begbie's cousin, which means I'm the arsehole for the army that fucked every McGinty boy up, innit? Yeah. I'm missing yet. You get it yet, Active? How are you getting on with your... Do you remember 2014 when you all turned up for the Anti-Independence March and some individual walked up to the head of the Ku Klux Klan and says, what are you doing here? Because the rule one of the Ku Klux Klan is you can't be English, no black. Fuck off. How you doing, bro? That's me. That's the same guy that got you. It's the same guy that got you. It's the same guy that paid you 100 quid 10 times. 10 times 10 is 100 bucks, bro. And you went to every one of the Mad Turks too. Yeah, bro, man. I love you, Active, man. I followed you on Twitter. I followed you on the YouTubes. And, bro, that's the reason why I asked you to do it, because I know full well you're like me, bro. Yeah? Fuck these cunts. We make the money for our own people. We don't. It's harder to get the money back in than what it is to get it out, bro. Know what I mean? Let's keep it here. Innit?
Too right.
Fucking true, bro.
He can't help it. And he can't help it.
Fuck them. What are you going to do? But they'll do fuck all about it, man. They'll do nothing about it. Eh? Because Joe's Joe, eh? Joe's Joe.
Stop shouting. It's off
The
a
Borough
little
Boy.
bit, boys.
Well, listen, let's be honest. They were all arguing about who the Borough Boy was. Like Mark Richardson, George Begbie, and then they all got smashed up, didn't they? Fuck your Somalis. Fuck your Yardies. Big up your time.
Whoa, Joe. Like, what are you up to? Calling war on them with everyone and that, mate. Them Somalis are naughty, bruv.
Fuck all about the Somalis. Neither the Begbie, did they? It was fuck all. It was the retirees. It was the ex-Royal Scots that decided we do not like rape as a tool.
Right, are you on the shank? Hey,
on.
Joe,
You
been on the juice, have you?
No. I've just been listening to this mug Graham fucking schmouting shit.
Why are you calling
Graham
him
reckons
names?
it was the English. Graham reckons it was the English that disposed of the old bit slave trade. You'll actually find it was Presbyterians, Mary Queen of Scots, mate.
Back off, the English was a king, mate.
That's where I stay, Boris, Shabazz, Lord Hamilton's lands. That is how Britain kept slave trade going for 124 years, isn't it? It's also the same reason why the Ku Klux Klan has only got one clan in the UK. Big up the Borough Boys. Where you fucking unionists come up with a clan and got sent home again before we outed your Nazi party and smashed them up, to be honest. 2014-ish, guys. Hey, Welshie, you know this shit. Because you were with Tommy Robinson back then up in Edinburgh, weren't you, Welshie?
Even here?
I don't give a fuck if Welshie's here or no. Welshie's the guy that, like, his debating partner is Henry Trinkle, and he uses words like child porn, which means that... Hey, Jim, I had to tell Welshie that child porn means you're a paedophile. You understand when I say that, don't you?
What do you mean you had to tell Welshie? Welshie knows that child porn's...
No. Welshie only knows that child porn means you're a paedophile rather than child abuse because Joe told him. Fact. Ask Welshie.
No, well, I'm not having that,
yeah.
You're slandering. I can't keep having... I can't... Listen. I can't... As Welshie would put it, I can't keep having no marks coming on the channel and calling people all the names under the sun. And
well,
that,
am I no? Is Joe Kerr a no mark?
No, you probably ain't. You probably ain't. To be fair,
but listen, I pulled Welshie up on Jason V's channel, all right, for using the word child porn, right, and I had to explain to him that the word porn in English law, which is the basis of all law, not your American shit like people try to tell you, right? English law. Porn is two consenting adults, two 18-year-olds, okay? There's no such thing as child porn. It's called child abuse. If you use the word child porn, you're a pedo. And you know that, Jim.
Right.
Fact. Joe had to tell him that on Jason V's channel, bro. But well,
that's not the biggest fucking deal, though, is it? He's not, mate.
No,
maybe
the biggest deal is he's Mark Kelly and Crinkle's debate partner.
Yeah, right.
Everywhere
What's the matter with them going on the internet and having a little rant on the internet at each other? What's the matter?
I don't think there's any matter with that at all. I just find it funny, you know, how certain individuals within certain debate shit, yeah, just ignore certain things that most normal people say wronging.
I don't think Welshie would ever have been like, that's not wrong, like that sort of thing.
You know yeah, well, Welshie never said that. Yeah, okay. Listen, I've got no drama with Welshie. I like Welshie. Yeah, right. The only problem I've got with Welshie is he used the word child porn, man, and I can't deal with that shit. You know.
No, whoa. Welshie's the top boy, mate. He won't say that.
Yeah, he was the top boy. He's a Tommy Robinson's boy. He was there in the Unionists were there in 2014 for the independence with the Ku Klux Klan saying Scotland should not be free. But they couldn't actually do fuck all because the Ku Klux Klan said, actually, Derek Hayward, who's a Klan member, said, first rule is you can't be English, so we need to disband all these English cunts. That's what happened. You know this active patriot. You know this shit, man. You know what I mean?
Welchie started though at the Alejandro Grande bomb in Manchester Arena.
Well, he never started the Alejandro bomb and shit, man. That was somebody else that started it.
No, he come out. No, that's when Welchie came out onto the streets. He didn't come out in 2014.
He was on the streets before that, as you well know, in different ways. How do you get yourself, man? Listen, whether you like it or not, whether you like active, whether you like it or not, right? I know for a fact, right, that our friends, and the key word is our friends, yeah, that had that retreat, yeah. Me and you both know why that got dug up, right? Yeah, right. I'm going to talk about that because that's not what we do, but we know why I got dug up, right? And that's because our own state would rather target us than them. Yeah, you understand that, don't you? Yeah, you understand that.
I think he's talking to you, Alan. He'll keep saying that until you say yes.
All the smack that comes into the UK right now, no longer comes to Afghanistan and the Silk Road because Russia, China, and Syria shut it down. We'll get all our smack now, guys, for fucking Ireland. West Belfast, East Belfast.
Trust the job to tell you where the smack's coming from.
Which is the same reason we find these fucking Chinese in the backseat wagons, isn't it?
Right. Listen, right. I need to say thank you to everyone in the chat that's put up with that and listened to us going on for 4 hours. Thank you for everyone that sat on the panel and done their bits on the panel. Graham, it was very lovely to meet you and have you on today. Thank you very much for gracing us with your
Graham, I would like
presence.
to debate you, bro.
Yeah, fucking shut up a minute, for fuck's sake. Right. I'd be interested to have you on again if we could get another thing arranged, sort of thing.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'll come on.
all right, smashing. We'll sort that out. I've got your number for Active, so we'll
Yeah,
sort
no
something
worries.
out. Everyone else, Joe, can you hang the fuck on a minute, please, mate? Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not talking, Jim. Just unmuting myself, but whilst being quiet, bro.
Right, all right.
You
Well, I don't know.
didn't even mute me, Jim, man. You just need to shut the fuck up.
Right, all right. Just listen then. Listen. I'm
bro.
turning the stream off. Alan, thank you. Steve, much appreciated for all your work today on the stream, boys. There you go. We've got
Big up,
there,
Graham,
boys.
man.
See you later,
Graham.
mate.
Build on the illusions, Graham. Yeah, Graham, I agree with you. What are your policies, bro? As a Hayward, and you know the Haywards are fucking London, bro. All right, yeah. Bottom line is, Graham is right, but some of the things Graham said about the Scottishness, I have to agree, Graham. It's a little bit different. Graham, I can't join that membership card, bro, because come on, I got a Hayward surname, which is London, bro, but I was born in Scotland, you know. So how can I be part of that unless you like inclusivity? And you know I'm taking the piss with inclusivity. Graham's like, just take your Hayward fucking tag, you can't take the fucking
let him talk. Let him respond. Go on, please, Graham. I've muted him. Was you saying something then?
We've got quite a few Scottish members who don't like the SNP because they're Marxists, and they don't particularly like Alba. I lean more towards Alba than I do the SNP, to be honest with you. But the main thing is, we still believe in the brotherhood of nations. So everyone out there has got to understand that. I'm not into attacking, apart from taking a piss. And
I know you were doing that. I know you were doing that, Graham, before. That's why I was bitching like a cunt to come on, because I knew you were using joviality. But I know fine well, as a guy that's been on panels loads of times, you can use joviality, and these fuckers will believe that shit, bro. You know what I mean?
No, and I agree with you. But people also have to understand that Scottish law, I mean, we just intervened. The English Constitution Party, you didn't hear this apart from the Scottish National paper, right? We just intervened in the Supreme Court, right? And I wrote the arguments up on behalf of the SNP and the Scottish people to say you should be given a referendum on independence.
Of course. And listen, let's be honest, Graham, right? My country right now, right? Yeah. When I look back, I'm an 80s kid, Graham, right? I was born in 1980, right? And I was born in Oxgangs, Barrocks, yeah? That famous boxer for Edinburgh, 3 spot and 2 kind of style, we got shot, right? Yeah. Right? And from there, I moved to a place called Broomhouse, right? Yeah, which is allegedly where George Bakery, the same guy that paid us $10,000 to get that boxer shot, you know what I mean? Comes to me, right? But actually, it's a lie because he's from Dalkeith, no Broomhouse. It was his fucking farm that's from Broomhouse because it's my farm, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, the thing is this, right? Whether you like it or not, right? Here's how it works, right? Scots law is the oldest law known to any home nation. Scotland is the oldest nation known to any home nation, right? Yeah. And actually, Scots law has been abused by the Scottish Tory party, the fake SNP, after Alex Salmond did it all. Alex Salmond got done for his mad rape shit, yeah, because of the laws that him and his Justice Secretary, Kenny McCaskill, put in place. I do remember when they were doing the no corroboration test cases, you might have seen an individual do an ice bucket challenge towards certain members of the Scottish Crime Campus. Yeah, right? and it was on the front page of the Sun, National Press, 2014. The ice tube, the damp cheek, the guy on the run, yeah, and that was me protesting against a no corroboration test case scenario, yeah, 2014. And whether you like it or not, the Scottish government came out and told you so. No corroboration will be no more because it's unworkable in the current climate because we know miscarriages of justice are happening right now. Now, the thing is, because Joe is ex-forces and a bit of a cunt, yeah, I'm never going to get a claim. I didn't live in England where you get 25% if you're a cunt. I live in Scotland where you get told fuck off. You got bashed for a reason. You know what I mean? Aye, that's the Scots law. You know that shit, Graham. Scots law is guilty, not proven. Not proven, you're guilty as sin, you're getting fuck all. All right? Yeah? The fact of the matter is, it is me, 2014, Derek, yeah? Mr. Hayward, right? I didn't get a fine fuck.
The Scots did get the kilts from the English. The English were the ones.
Yeah, you did indeed. You gave us a tartan back. That is true. That is true. That is true. That is very true. You fucking
Joe,
right?
Listen, thank you for coming and doing your bit. I thoroughly appreciate your.
Are you kicking me off, you cunt? You kicking me off?
I'm shutting it down, you fucking mad drop cunt.
Ah, fuck off, you cunt. Listen, I want to ask you a question, Jim. Yeah?
Go on, quickly.
Listen, I need elaboration, right? Yeah. I was a co-host to a so-called Vincent Vega bum partner dogging cunt. What is that about, bro?
Right.
Because listen, Jim, whether you like it or not, bro. Shiny shins. I think he's a homo, like. For real.
Right, all right. Smashing. I'm glad you've kept me in the loop with that one. Well, I'm sure we'll circle back.
But listen, you circle back to me in the back chat with a number, and I'll circle back to you, Jim. Hey, Jim, you know I love you, bro.
Give an email. Is
your email on your fucking? Is your email on your community page? Yeah. Yeah. I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up on that. It'll be a Joe Care kind of shit, right? You know what it'll be. I'll say on the email. Say I'm here for shiny shin. I'm here for shiny sins. No Mark Kelly and Ray shit, right? Yeah, right.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Alan,
Graham,
always a pleasure.
Much love, Graham. Graham, I think you're a sound cunt, Graham, but I tell you what, bro, it's a Hayward that lives in Scotland.